Hiya EI, good morning, salutations, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, and I'm hungry, where's the food?
Well, good to know my stream deck is broken. Oh man, you don't stream for I don't know, 2 weeks and you come back and at least 3 things are broken. I thought I fixed everything though, so we'll see what's still broke today. Good morning guys, welcome back to the stream, welcome back to the VOD. Hello, I have missed you all dearly. Thank you for the subs, I appreciate it. Thank you Steel, thank you Cross the Streams, thank you guys. Thanks Nick, I appreciate it. Yeah man, good morning guys, good morning Nick, Steel, Cross the Streams, good morning Sabine, good morning Greg, good morning, wait who else am I missing? Good morning Kayla, good morning Cass. Your D&D game is still non-existent, Cass. Damn it. Damn it. I thought I'd yeah, hold on, I gotta finish my post on Instagram. Drawing, who am I drawing today? Valus today, live now, BTW. Sticker, Twitch, wait, what's my Twitch channel called? Twitch.tv/Evan Blairart. Done. Done. Post. There we go. Look at me, man. Being all responsible and shit and knowing what's up. Hold up. Hold up. My camera fell. There we go. You guys have to be able to see always just below Tracer's chin. That's the mark for if my camera is in the right position, I think. Yes, but yes, I have been gone. I have been Jesus. Bro, holy shit. Thank you, Cross the Streams. Thank you for single-handedly trying to bring my sub count back up to an acceptable rate after being gone for three weeks almost, about 3 weeks. Jesus, dude, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Thanks for the free gifted subs for bringing people into the stream. Say, thank you for the sub as well. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Say. What's going on, man? Good to see you. I haven't caught any of your streams recently, Say, so I miss everything. And yes, happy Thanksgiving, my friends. It is Thanksgiving in Canada. I forgot that it's Thanksgiving, so I went to the gym this morning and I was like, oh shit, there's like not much going on, man.
I just want to draw cool shit, man. Alf high one crime.
I know, right?
Hello, Alf high one.
I know. I agree, Alf. I agree. It's okay. I'm still proud of you, bro. Thanks for the tier 3, man. Or Jesus Christ, 12 months at tier 3. What the fuck? You could do that? Oh my god, I had no idea.
Mew Mew. I just finished a 4.5-year-long campaign.
Yo,
last
Kitty,
week.
good to see you too. Thanks for the sub, guys. Thanks for the subs, man. I appreciate it. Thank you guys all very much. I seriously, man. Seriously, God, you're gonna make me emotional. Steve, hello. Thanks for the 100 bits. God damn, bro. You guys are. Wait, so Kitty, you've been playing that campaign as long as I've been streaming all out. Oh my God, that's serious. Well, I need to hear about it. What's up, Lexer? Yes, so I am returned. I am back. Had quite the 2.5 weeks. You know what? I'm just happy to get back to my normal life a little bit. So we're gonna just chill. We're gonna have a great fucking week. It's gonna be rad. It's gonna be a good time. But yeah, man, I hope you guys have been doing well. Hope you guys had a good time this last couple of weeks transitioning into the fall.
See that one
Damn it, Greg. Bro.
Happy Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for
man.
the sick art on my walls from you.
Aw, thanks,
and
dude.
for all the hype and support from
Fuck,
you and
man. I appreciate it. Thanks for 1,000 bits, Greg. Dude, I do not deserve a single bit or sub today. I've been missing for 3 weeks. I've been the worst streamer ever. I feel terrible, especially people who've kept their sub up for the last couple weeks. Thank you. Even as unworthy as I am, I still appreciate it dearly. Yes, Sabine, we're drawing Veils today. I don't know if you guys saw, but I did my first little jaunt into. I said I was going to do the entire Critical Role cast this season.
Evan.
Hi, Brooklyn.
Welcome
Oh my
back,
God,
Evan
dude.
Hearts.
Come on, bro. Thank you. Thank you for the sub, Brooklyn. Jesus, that fucking hype train. All right. All right. I'm gonna get emotional. No. It's not Christmas yet, Nick. No, not for another 2 weeks, okay? God.
You left us for too long, leader. We missed you.
I appreciate it,
Liking the
man.
new stash.
God damn it.
Praise
Thanks,
the
Mr.
Lord.
Pixel. I
Ivan
appreciate it.
Luponda
Yeah,
Van
I'm growing out I'm growing out some facial hair. I'm trying to. I figured I had a couple weeks to like not be a person. So I just didn't shave at all except for my beard once. So I'm gonna try and grow out the stash and the bottom thing a little bit, like do the Robbie Damon, and then grow the beard out a little bit shorter. So I'm gonna try it, see if it works. All right. Every year I try it, and every year I'm disappointed. This year I might be enough of a fucking grown-ass man to actually do it when this fills in a little bit. So we'll see. For now, I'm glad you like it. I'm glad it's looking good. It feels weird though. I don't know. I feel more
exhaustingly predictable.
dude.
But then I suppose failure.
What did I just say about not being?
kind.
Okay.
Happy Thanksgiving, BTW.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving. I appreciate that. Yes. Oh shit, that's right. So I forgot that it was Thanksgiving today. So I went to the gym and it was fucking closed. So that was the worst start off for the morning.
Get appreciated, nerd.
Oh
modders.
man. Thanks, Lexer. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Veilus is the one I'm most intrigued by, but Tierney stole my attention. So loving all of this. Yeah, I was not expecting the Critical Role fan art to go so hard. Really, I was not anticipating this. Dude, my TikTok blew the fuck up when I posted this piece for Tyranny, all right? Like, seriously, man. It was,
Hey, yo, how's it going?
Yo, Jesus! Did I just get cursed?
Me is.
What the
You're
fuck?
the most interesting man in D&D.
Jesus. Thanks, Steph. Thanks,
too,
Edities.
haven't shaved
Thanks,
in a couple
Cobalt. I
weeks.
appreciate it,
Mine is
guys.
not as nice looking, lol.
Good to hear. Thanks for the bits and the subs, guys. I appreciate it. Come on, man. I don't deserve shit. I've been gone for way too long. All right. I've been missing y'all. I've been missing streaming. I've been missing everything, and we haven't even talked about Critical Role. Like, there's been 2 episodes, and I haven't even been able to talk about it at all. And I am following it this time. All right. I am going to follow it. You can't stop me. The only person that can screw this up is me, and I probably will. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna draw every single person in the cast. So there's what, 13 people? I'm gonna do it. I did Tyranny first because I thought she was the I don't know why. Katie, damn it. Oh, come on, dude. Thank you, Kitty. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Seriously, that's more than I deserve, man. I'm just happy anybody's hanging out with me today. All right, you don't gotta be doing this shit. All right. Thank you, though. Thanks to the 5 gifted subs, bringing 5 people into the community, so we have 5 less ad whiners. That's right, 5 less of them now. That means the stream will be at least 2% less ad whiny for the next 30 days. So come on, ah. Mr. Pixel, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. What the fuck, man? Oh god, come on, guys. I haven't done shit. We haven't talked about anything. Oh god. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs to the community. I appreciate it. We have 15 less ad whiners now this month. Yes, let's go, dude. That's I know, Ashley. Apparently Twitch has ads now. Your Twitch Turbo can't stop them. So I missed you, Ashley. Ashley and I haven't been playing D&D because I've been obliterated from the universe. I've been gone, so I haven't even hung out with Ashley in the last couple of weeks. I haven't done anything, man. I have been a reclusive person, dealing with a whole slew of family things. Basically, I don't want to get into it, and people will ask me, you know, where were you? What was going on? Fair enough, I was gone for 2.5 weeks. So I'll just say one time, and then we'll move on, refer back to this. But somebody in my family got very sick, and they had a big health problem, and it was a big deal. It was a big deal. Everybody's good. Everybody's fine. Doing okay in the family, but somebody had a really, really terrible time, and I just had the worst last 2.5 weeks of my life. So I am very happy that is all over with. Monkey off back, people taking care of, being whatever, doing stuff, and I'm back. I'm gonna breathe. I'm sorry I was gone. But I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm always so terrified when I take any time off for any reason that I'm going to come back and just not have anyone to talk to when I'm drawing. So I really appreciate it. Like more than, I mean, not necessarily more, but in addition to all the subs and the bits and the supports, I'm just so, you have no idea how ecstatic I am just to see you guys in chat, and you know, here to say hi to me and hang out with me for a bit, because I mean it when I say that you guys are the highlight of my week. Be able to hang out with friends and talk about all the dumb shit that we do and play games and whatever, and Critical Role and all the dumb stuff we do.
Curse the wardens and their mirrors.
You stop it.
I am glad they
Stop
are
it.
okay. I am glad they are okay too. It's your business, though. You don't owe us answers.
I appreciate it. Jesus, man, that's a lot of bits. You got a TTS for 100. Okay. Thank you for the 2,500 bits. I really appreciate it. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. Thank you. That's fucking that whole man. Starving artist mode re-engaged. So thank you. That's incredibly generous of you, Mr. Pixel. I appreciate it, man. Fuck, dude. Okay. No, I'm good. Guys. Okay. Yeah. Did you get the printer? Did I get the printer? Did I get the printer? Funny you should mention that. Right before I took my break, I actually not only got the printer, but I also started one of the most, so this is one of the dumbest things that, like, nobody cares about this, and that's fine. Well, actually, a couple people care about it, which is cool. But this is one of the highlight goalpost points of my artist career. All right? I now have created my first ever limited print series. All right? Now, if you buy fine art, which who the fuck buys fine art, you know that you buy prints in a certain format and as a series. So I did my first 2 prints, and I think I still have some left actually of both. But I did my very first print series in the large format, and I'll show you actually. You want to see it? You want to see it? So I got my paper, I got my printer, I got everything. Check this shit out. So here are the first two prints that I'm doing. We have numbered 210. Oh my god, my fucking stream deck won't work. Oh, I've hit the button myself. There we go. Numbered 210. The large format dragon. I think it's like 16 by 20 or whatever. And there it is. And then numbered to 10 as well. This is really important to me. This is the Gates of Eldara piece. Numbered to 10. And I think this one is like what? Like 17 by something? Or something like that, or whatever. Yo, Chappy, holy shit, thank you for the raid, dude. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in, everybody. I was in the middle of showing off my first print series that I made. Look at it, dude. Hey, welcome in, raiders. Good to have all of y'all. Holy shit, I could put my headphones on because I actually missed the alert. Actually, I'm glad I saw that in chat because I would have just sat there monologuing about dumb shit and not welcomed you all into the stream. But thank you very much for the raid. What were you all getting up to? What was stream? Wait, what's going on, man? What's going on, guys? Good to see y'all. Hello, hello, hello. If you guys aren't following Chappy Art, please go over and drop a follow and show some love. If you have a Prime, throw him a Prime, you know. Come on, man. Ads on Twitch, right? But welcome, everybody. Welcome, raiders. Hello. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Evan, and I do D&D artwork for my stupid D&D project. And I was just in the middle of showing off my very first fine art print series. So sorry, let me just finish my thought real quick, because I was in the middle of bragging about something nobody cares about. But the cool thing, because Mr. Pixostify got my new printer, these are all an upgrade in size from my last prints as well as quality. So if you're a dumb art nerd like me and you like dumb art prints like me, you'll be thrilled to know that I am now making pigment ink based Giclée museum grade archival prints. And that's what these are. So they're all hand signed and numbered in graphite, whatever, with all the pretentious art markings that you get on your fancy prints. And that's the coolest thing that I've done in the last like year. So yes, yes, somebody in my chat asked if I got my new printer. My like $2,800 printer is sitting right there beside me. So that's, yes, to answer your question, I did get the new printer. So there it is, man. But yes. Yep. I'm very pleased with that. Anyway, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Was streaming some environment painting and concept art. Really cool work and prints, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, dude. Wait, where were you? Hold on. I need to snoop a little bit. If you don't mind, I want to see what you're doing real quick. I really, really fucking love anything concept related. So hold up. 5 hours ago. Okay, hold on. Let me see what you're doing. Let me see. Show me the art. I'm a snoop. Bro, these, wait. Dude, this is my jam right here. Fuck off, dude. This is so good. Bro, I gotta fucking catch your streams in the mornings, because this is like the good shit. Wait, what was the one you landed on? Ah. God, I want to get back to painting so bad. You have no idea. That is a Labubu, isn't it? All right. All right. Well, anyway. Oh, God. I like a good meme. Welcome in, guys. We are still getting back to the hang of it for streaming with me, so got a lot to go over. That's why it seems a little disjointed today. Good morning, Fox. What's up, bro? Glad to see you returned. Have no audio because got to lock in for work. All right, well then she didn't hear me say good morning to her, so fuck that. Apparently I feel judged. You shouldn't feel judged, Chappy. No, listen, okay, never mind. I can't defend the Labubu, but you shouldn't feel judged. Okay, that's like I've done worse. We'll leave the clips. No one needs to bring up Project Evangeline VTuber. But anyway, My buddy would pay for painting from the great Evan Blair of art. Come on, bro. Yeah, so printers up, the new print stores. I haven't made the official post for the new prints or whatever, but they're made. They're right there. Paper's expensive, if you didn't know. I gotta buy it in rolls now, which is fucking obnoxious, but now make me want to get back to attempting to be an artist. I too am gonna attempt to be a real artist. Today, we are gonna get back into things slowly. We're gonna get back into the groove of it. I've been gone for 2.5 weeks, so I need to remember how to draw. The only thing I drew in the last 2.5 weeks was this picture of Tyranny one night when I was watching Critical Role, or no, I did it last Friday morning. So I've only done one art in the last 2.5 weeks. So I don't even remember how to like which side of the Photoshop do I use? Like how do I pencil? Is this an iPad? All right. Where is she? So, Valus. The Valus. I was going to consider doing a different, like, I messed around with some composition stuff. I was considering doing something a little more, like having her holding her, like, fucking chain and shit and whatever, or, like, I was contemplating doing something along these lines, but I realized that I didn't want to volunteer for more complicated portraits for the rest of the cast, the crew, the whatever. So we are just going to draw the portraiture of Valus. All right, have fun, bro. Thanks for the bits again, Mr. Pixel. I appreciate it. No, we're not. There's no Orbathon right now. Okay. There is no Orbathon. There is no Orbathon. Don't listen to him. You like the art? Oh shit, thanks Brooklyn, appreciate that. I just start with the bad art, then you won't have any bad art left and you only do good art. Right, so we're gonna get the bad art out, okay? We're gonna do it and then maybe I'll be a real painter like Chavi later this week, if I remember how to paint even. I did actually think about doing some more environmental paintings as warm-ups. Because I really enjoyed when we did that this last summer. So maybe we'll return back to that. I don't know. Her introduction stole the show. Her introduction was pretty good. I'll admit.
There is a cult, though.
It's not. There's not a cult.
Has been left alone for too long.
There's not a fucking cult. Okay, I don't, dude. If people start saying that I run a cult, I'm gonna get in trouble with the IRS, and I'm not even American. All right. Well, thanks for the 100 bits, regardless, bro. I appreciate it. Discord here a moment? Sure. What's up, Ella? Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Ella. Appreciate it. Cool. So, Valus. You know what I don't know yet how to do? Sketch chainmail without it being a pain in the ass. So we're gonna take this real slow today. We're gonna talk in crayon only, and it's gonna be one thing or another. I don't know, but I do. Hold on, do I have room to record? Do I have room on my hard drive to record? Yeah, okay, should be fine. Should be fine. Boom. All right. What's your favorite color to eat? Obviously blue, Ashy. Okay, hold on. I think I missed your message about you're talking about the game. One sec. In my game where I'm finally a player, Yuki is still sick, so the party comp is tactician, sensor, and fury. Yeah, thanks. Honey wanted to start cooking, so she tried using grass. She found it wasn't grass. Wait, what? Wait, did you guys get TPK'd by Ulner in the first week, Ashy? To grass? Did you get killed to okay, you know what? Stim, what's up, dude? Oh, guys, did you see the art I did? I finally did my Smoggest piece for Stim Pack. Did you guys see that shit? Wait, I think it's on the same file. Yo, Stim. Sorry that your art took so long to get done. I feel really bad about it. I wanted to have it done for Smoggest, but I have been gone for like 3 fucking weeks. I just had the worst 3 weeks of my life. So now we're back. We're starting off slow. Okay, I'm gonna start real gentle by doing some Valus fan art. But Stim, I hope you liked it. I hope your chat didn't hate it too much. Because how dare a non-anime artist attempt to draw their VTuber Oshi in style. So that's good to see you, Stim. I saw my first session 0 after my party yesterday. Excited to see where it leads, but I'm introduced to a goddess none of them knew from campaign 1? Well, time to, I don't know. Time to join Wellness game to get the party. Not sure if you had it as well, but just let you know, demolition notice for the 14 house, which is weird, Thorkin, because I saved the house, but yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why, because I went in. Yeah, I got it, and I rescued our guild hall, so thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Okay. All right, guys. We got to get back into this, so I got to figure out if I remember which end of the stick to even use for the art. So I think today we're going to do some art for Valus, and then I really want to finish the piece that I need to do for Sabine for the Azael, because I want to get back onto the Eldara release schedule that I was on for the first part of the year. I just needed some time, to handle all that family business and shit. So we should be getting back to it pretty quick here, which means that the Azael will be out this week, hopefully. And then next week we'll probably have the Rokari out, and then the week after I'm thinking about having the all the different Elf and Elvari sort of sub specs and shit for them to go through. So, am I recording? I am recording. All right. Let's see if we remember how to do this shit. So, Valus, did anyone else watch the beginnings of Critical Role? Because I feel like most of the guild is taking this season off, or at least a little bit of it, to find out if it's going to be sort of worth watching. So I haven't been able to talk to anybody about this. We're not going to spoil anything. We are going to go under the assumption that we are not going to spoil the last 3 campaigns. All right, you got 3 weeks to catch up, bitch. You got I ain't doing this we're not spoiling anything and talking about spoilers for campaign 4 needs to be over for 2 years before we can spoil shit. No. This is a non-spoiler free zone 3 weeks after the campaign, or after the episode. So we're not spoiling campaign 1 or 2, or sorry, episode 1 or 2. We're not going to spoil episode 3 when it comes out. But then the week after, we can talk about this shit. I talk about episode 1 spoilers. So no spoilers, but how are we feeling about the whole thing? Are we excited about this one? Because I'm feeling good about this party. I'll admit, I have not seen anything yet with Brennan Lee Mulligan. This is my first Mulliganification, and I will say that I'm a fan. Now, I had a bad first impression of Brennan Lee Mulligan. You loved his Sim? I wait, are you watching the whole thing too? I know you're a Critical Role fan, Stim. I watched both episodes. I'm much intrigued than I expect to be. I didn't watch the end part of episode 2. I need to do that because it's out today on YouTube, right? So I missed the last hour or so of episode 2. But I'll admit, I did not have a good first impression of Brennan Lee Mulligan, not because of anything he did, by the way. Strictly and only because of how unbelievably obnoxious people were about how he was the second coming of the Jesus of D&D. Right? It's one of those things where you like when I was in high school and Naruto was poppin', there was nothing wrong with Naruto, great anime, but Naruto fans were the worst fucking humans that I could ever even imagine being around. So obviously you're just not going to watch the anime. And I always felt like I got that impression from the culty weird people, basically trying to sell up Mr. Lee Mulligan. But and that's not why I didn't watch any of his shows or whatever, but people were being very annoying about it. So I was kind of ugh, I don't want to hear about this guy anymore for a long time. But, to be fair, people that I actually find not annoying about it have said, he's actually probably one of the best DMs out there, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You should definitely watch whatever. Cool. So I was excited to finally be able to watch him and see him in action. And I'll admit, I'm a fan. I really like the way he runs the game. I like him. I'm pleased. I was worried that without Matt running the first camp or the next campaign, that it would be The first one that he's not running would be kind of the last one they do, but I'm feeling good about it. I'm actually feeling really good about it. I have to say, personally, I find that I'm still suffering from Critical Role not feeling fantasy enough for me. It's that more modern kind of fantasy aesthetic and vibe that I'm just not as into as I am the classic fantasy. It's it's more of a theater improv-y kind of thing than it is like sort of your traditional fantasy experience, but that's okay. I'm really enjoying it. I'm having fun following a thing and being excited and able to look forward to watching a new episode of a thing every single week. So, which I caught up on stuff, by the way. Like, I caught up on Skeleton Crew, Andor, all kinds of stuff that you guys been ragging on me to actually, like, get back into or whatever. So, man, I had 2 weeks of trying to watch shit. And then also playing some Legion Remix, because that came out this last Tuesday. And I'm still a degen Warcraft nerd, so. Ash is cooking with her character? I think so, yeah. Do you know who or this is or the other couple of characters I've seen on your stream only cosplays them? Oh, really? 100% agree with Mulligan. He, after episode 1, I'm really missing Matt. I don't know if I like his take in the seat, but I guess, but the players kept me intrigued. The players are great, and I like the new players. Like, I really like Whitney, and I'll be honest, I don't remember the other people's name yet. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean no disrespect. I just haven't gotten their names down yet, but oh boy. I just completely blanked on them. Nerd or nerds were something else, Cobalt, including yourself, because we all know that you were the kid that wore the Naruto headband Leaf Village thing to your math class. Watch all the campaigns. Think Brennan is a nice breath of fresh air. Did you watch? So, Stim, did you watch anything Brennan did beforehand,
Visitors,
or what?
Exciting.
Wait, say you were here earlier. What the? Thanks for the raid, say. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome back. Good to see you guys. If you aren't following Say, please go follow Say and say what's up. Say what's up, man. Go throw Say a prime if you have it chilling. I don't know, man. I don't know, dog. I know you guys got them primes you're just sitting on. Thanks for the raid, Say. I appreciate it. I really loved Koval as a DM. He has the realistic DM to Mercer's idealistic DM. Like, even if Mercer DM'd for your table, the chemistry and the players aren't there, while Koval just seems like a cooler, older kid in your play group. Koval does remind me of some of the older kids that I played D&D with in high school. Yes, that is true. All the way down to the beard. Only watched him do Calamity, and I thought he was great in it. See, I never watched Calamity or anything. I never watched anything Dimension 20, anything like Exandria, Unlimited, Calamity, whatever, any of that shit. I've never seen Brennan DM anything. Ever. Not once. So I'm new to this game. All right? And I'm a fan. I like him. I think he's going to do fantastically. I really like the players, I guess, like, existing stories, even though, you know, I'm not a big fan of pre-existing, like, deep character backstories. I think it works for Critical Role's style of storytelling. Who are my favorites? Who are your favorites? Like, who stood out here? I like Tyranny, obviously. That's why I did the first piece for her. I really like Robbie's character. I don't know why. But I think I really like him and like maybe the most, and our little sorcerer guy Octus. I don't remember their names yet. Either way, I think I'll probably not do the fan art based on what I sort of my own character preferences. I'll probably honestly do the fan art portraits every week based on comments and stuff on the videos, so that I can kind of like seem like I'm listening to the demand a little bit. And it seemed like Valus got a lot of comments, I think. Then again, that video on TikTok has like, oh god, how many comments are there on that video? I think the consensus was, yeah, fucking 213 comments in this video. So when I had last checked it, it seemed like people had wanted Valus, but then between then and now, there were an extra like 120 comments in that video. So I should probably give it a couple of days further before I like really get into it and figure out what people want. but it seemed like Valus kept popping up. If you see a lot of the comments that I liked, those were the sort of the earlier ones, and it seemed like most people are asking for Valus. So I guess we'll see after I post this one, because I really want to make like a video series out of this and do like some dumb shit for it. Like I pushes things forward at times. I feel like those interests when Critical Role cast can't make decisions and spend 4 episodes doing nothing. Yeah. There was a lot of that in Campaign 3, wasn't there? There was a lot of that. Boy. I kind of fell off on Campaign 3. I didn't finish it, actually, to be honest, so. Kind of like Abria, I think is her name, his character. Thaisha or whatever. I'll admit, the whole Thaisha Hal kind of like family dynamic thing is it's a little weird. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's like the more dramatic theatrical side of D&D that I'm kind of a bit eye rolly about. So Thaisha and Hal don't exactly have my I'm sure that their stories will be great, but right now they don't exactly have my vote for my favorite character stories. But that's just my preference. I know a lot of people love that shit, especially for Critical Role. You can't expect anything other than that. Yeah, not my cup of tea though. Travis is good though, but I don't know how I'll draw his character though, Stim, because I don't do anthro characters. I don't do anthro characters because then that's how you get the weird DMs. And so if I draw his Catman, does that mean I'm going to start getting the weird DMs again? Does that mean I'm going to start getting the strange requests? The, hey, I know you don't do anthro characters, but what about, hey man, are you going to be at FurryCon? Like those kind of DMs? I'm a little nervous, I'll admit. I'm a little nervous. Last time I did an anthro character, fucking big monstrous Catman, I got heinous requests in my inbox. Those weird DMs were from you? God damn it. Bro, I can't even repeat things people ask me to draw, which is so bizarre. It seems so unbelievably inappropriate to talk to somebody who like doesn't do anything NSFW whatsoever and just ask them for the most disgusting book talk, girls would blush at it, fucking DMs for their weird OCs. Like I got, it wasn't even like somebody was trying to like feel out to see if I was like a weirdo, you know? You know, like if you're kind of like out there, you're at the WeebCon and you don't know if somebody has the same like strange weird tastes in whatever fucked up hentai from Newgrounds you watch. And so you got to kind of like weed into that conversation a little bit. Like there's like some degree of a veil of shame that you wear that keeps you within the confines of decent conversation. Dude, those DMs from the furries, that they didn't even have that. They were like, "Nuh-uh, I'm going full in, man. Here's what I want." As graphically described as possible, and it ruined my day, and at least gave me nightmares for a couple of weeks. So I'm a little nervous, I'll admit. I'm a little nervous to be doing anything out of style. You know, whenever I do any sort of like anime art for the VTubers like Stim, or I did Aduria's characters for him the other day on Coffee. I don't think I posted those on Coffee yet. Shit. Anyway, those get me some weird DMs, but people are usually pretty respectful. People are cool. The anime fans are easy to deal with, okay? I don't mind them. The furries, whenever I do the anthro character, they're a little much sometimes. Not all of them, obviously. Sometimes they're very nice, very respectful, very pleasant. But on like a Venn diagram bell curve of the worst DMs I will receive on Instagram, TikTok, Discord, wherever, it happens after I post the anthro characters. So, yep. Like creepy or strong from Marisha. I didn't get that from her character. Yeah, I don't really know what her character's all about. I don't know, man. Make a big exception for Travis. I will make an exception for Travis, but I had 3 artists cancel my Beastman commissions. You're oh my god. God. Okay. Stim says, as she has me up on the alternate monitor and on her main monitor, she's currently in LFG on World of Warcraft searching for Gilneas RP groups for the day. Oh boy. Okay. Well, yeah, World of Warcraft housing, man. That's gonna be a great addition to the game. Man, the amount of Worgen characters that will pop up in the next couple of months before housing really makes it solid. God, anybody played Final Fantasy 14 in the last couple of years? Because I sure have, and I don't know what the fuck goes on in them housing districts. I sure do. Primary hopes for me is that they aren't doing all this in a way that can't be produced by Amazon again. Really not a fan of overproduced D&D for that purpose. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, what the fuck? I definitely wonder sort of if they're in some ways making the show with the intent for it to be made into another medium. I don't know. Like, regardless of if it's good or bad, how you feel about it, Critical Role is no longer a group of nerdy-ass voice actors sitting around a table playing D&D. It's a production. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it does mean that the dynamic changes slightly, so... Is it canceling if they spend a year not doing it without canceling it? That's too close to home, man. I feel it. Damn, Ashley. I felt that shit. Oh, God. I just got secondhand fucking rage for you for a second there. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I don't know about that. Was there a common point where they dropped it? We'll have to see. Two artists just rejected it and one gave up after a month. What the fuck did you ask for? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. I'm concerned that I don't actually want to know. That's, oof, boy. Maybe I just ask questions I don't want to know answers to, so. Oh, God. Yeah. Whew, man. I don't know about that. He said he wanted to get into World of Warcraft commissions and art. Did he really mean it? Did Evan really mean it? Probably not. It was say-so? Why would they have canceled it if it was so say-so, Stim? Why would they have canceled it if it was so unbelievably say-so? All right? Okay. All I'm saying. Happy Thanksgiving, Thorkin. That's right. If by the way, if my American viewers are confused, today is actually Thanksgiving in Canada. Why is today Thanksgiving and not late November? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know why our Thanksgiving is desynced from America. Zero clue. I think it has to do with timing of harvests and stuff. No idea. But that's the way it is up here for now. So it's Thanksgiving today, man. Hope you guys are having some turkey. I, in fact, am not doing shit. I'm ending stream and then cleaning my storage room. I ain't going out. I ain't making no goddamn turkey this year. I ain't doing the family thing. I am sitting at home and I'm gonna make cheeseburgers for Ella and I tonight, okay? That's what I'm doing. But I hope you guys who are gonna do Thanksgiving stuff have a good one. I'm taking this year off, man. A lot of artists reject me because of dragon features. Really? Why? The fuck? Why? Oh, yeah. Speaking of dragon features, somebody on Coffee, I think, if I'm not mistaken, has sponsored the Dragon Folk. Just in case you were all curious. So we'll be doing some more cool Dragon Folk artwork in the next couple of weeks as well, man. I'll admit, the Coffee sponsorships have been one of the coolest things in the world for me to like do. And I appreciate you guys who have sponsored projects on Coffee for me to do. It really is the coolest thing ever, and I'm really gonna try and do my absolute best to make them the dopest shit imaginable for you guys. So there'll be a lot more Eldar and playable races in the next coming weeks here. It's kind of my main focus right now for a little bit. I'm trying to get a couple of things done with the adventure, but it's basically all finished. I just need to see if I can get a printer in line and see what happens with Canada Post, because apparently they're on strike again. So mailing out physical copies of that are going to be a problem. Oh, God. I'm so frustrated with that shit. Dragons, well, the older like art that I did for them, the Dragon Folk, is like ancient art. Like it is like old pieces that I did way back in like 2020 or whatever. But they're gonna be a little more draconic than this, but for the most part, they're gonna be relatably humanoid and elven, just with some casual dragon. I don't care. I'm giving them flight speed. Like, fuck you guys and your game balance. I'm giving them flight speed. I don't care. I don't care. You know what? I don't care. I don't care anymore. I don't care. Screw you guys. If you're Dragon Folk, you get wings. Screw you guys. I don't care about this shit. Oh, but Evan, you can't give flight speed to players. Shut the fuck up. I'll give flight speed to who I want to give. Everybody has dark vision in 5th ed. Give them flying if they have wings, too. Screw you guys. I ain't afraid of dragon features, Stim. Except for dragon. Never mind. Yeah. We're not going to protest. Oh, you would not believe the amount of whining I've had in the past from people when I've talked about how the merfolk get a flight speed while in the Shattered Sea. Oh my good God. People lost their goddamn minds over that. You have no idea. Zero idea. What's good, Plochi? What's going on, man? Wait. You can get a turkey sandwich. The fuck? Fuck, Plochi. The hell, man? River got flight speed instead of a movement speed. So in the region that the first adventure is being played in like the one that I'm making right now, Raven, the merfolk that are from that area can just sort of fly. It's like basically, if you want to think of it, it's kind of like an inner sea got blown up and now there's like floating islands and shit everywhere. So a lot of the sea life and a lot of the creatures that sort of adapted to the ocean adapted to this new sort of like weird flight thing that happened. So there's like kind of flying schools of fish and whatever. So while they're in the Shattered Sea, they can just fly. It's just easier, right? And then when they're out of the Shattered Sea, they have a hover speed. So they can actually go on land and you can play a merfolk character. And they just kind of they float around like Nami from League of Legends, I guess. But when they're in the Shattered Sea, in the presence of that spell that causes everything to float and be all weird and wacky and gravity to be a suggestion, merfolk can just fly in the Shattered Sea. It's just easier to have them like a full-on flight speed rather than like a hover speed whilst in the Shattered Sea and whatnot. So, and then I don't want to make them just like unable to actually move when they're on land outside the Shattered Sea. So you just get a hover speed because you still have enough sky shards in your scales to hover. You just don't have the presence of the spell to allow you to full-on fly outside of the Shattered Sea. I hope people like them though. They seem to be one of the more popular ones that were requested and asked for the adventure's release. So we'll see people actually want to play a cool merfolk. That's the only problem inside of a dungeon when there's no room for flight. Yeah, I mean, if you have a trap where they have to like cross a ledge, there's always the one player that can fly. It's really annoying. But listen, in an economy of gnome tossing, I'm definitely okay giving my players more ways to get across ravines. That's totally fine with me. I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it, man. And admit it, you all do it. You all toss gnomes in your games. Every player in a Power Gaming D&D group knows that there's one player that gets voted to be a gnome just so you can have the gnomish grappling hook. All right, one player who's the barbarian, paladin, strength-based, whatever. One player that's the living grappling hook. And, you know, screw your ravines. Screw your gorges. Are you talking about some WotC expansion or something for a sec? No. Everything that I do on stream that's not like fan art or commissions is development for my own D&D adventure. and the setting that goes along with it. So the Merfolk, the Azael, are like everything is getting a redesign or a brand new design for the Realms of Eldara, and in Teleria, in the Shattered Sea specifically, which again, floating islands and shit, the Azael just get a flight speed. So no, I don't mess around with any wizard stuff. Like, I haven't used Wizards of the Coast as a baseline for homebrewing and D&D since I was, honestly, I think the last time I did, I was probably 15 years old. So it's been a while. For me, D&D is a tool to help me world build and develop ideas and to make art and storytell. I don't do my art and storytelling and world building for D&D. Like, the hierarchy of which thing supersedes the other is the stuff that I'm doing for my own homebrew supersedes the importance of D&D every time, 10 out of 10 times. D&D is just, I think, the best tool out there that I've used historically in my life to sort of form my projects around. And it's also the ability to, like, write a game, basically, and make a game and develop a game without having to have a development team and engineers and stuff. You just have to act as a sort of a game designer yourself, and then, you know, you don't need your whole staff of concept devs. You know, like, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell people, but there would be signs. Like, I would start up a multi-million-dollar game studio. There might be suggestions. A 9-player campaign with not a single gnome? How do you toss people across the ravine then? Damn. I saved to sponsor Dragonfolk? Damn, bro. Damn. Get Out sponsored. I think it was Dragonfolk anyway. I'm not sure. I'll update the sponsorships as to what's open later on, okay? I'll update them. Let me get to it. Let me get to it. I got other things going on, man. I have so much shit that I have to catch up on. I have, like, weeks of unanswered DMs. I have fucking coffee and Patreon and whatever else and all kinds of shit. I got magic items that I need to do for it. Oh man, this is gonna be a busy ass week for me. Busy fucking week. But I'm so glad to be back to, like, able to focus on things that I actually want to focus on. My life is going to be work and then Warcraft for the next 2 weeks. I'm gonna work, make cool shit, and then I'm gonna play Legion Remix in the evenings when I'm done my work. And you know what? No one can stop me. Not a single person will be able to stop me. I mean, Ella could, but, you know, she's been playing Warcraft with me, so ha, get bent. And get a new GPU. I don't know about a new GPU happening. I'll admit I had to fork over quite a bit of my own backlog savings, whatever, for assistance and stuff in the last couple of weeks. So I think I gotta push off some things, some GPU related things for a little while, unfortunately. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually move over to Restream instead of trying to multi-stream myself and see if that takes the load off. The problem with Restream is it costs a lot every single month, but if it takes the load off and lets me, like, kind of put off getting a new GPU for another couple of months or whatever, then that might be the best solution for me. But the GPU is still on the horizon. I still want it. I need it, actually. And the problem is I still think I need a 90 series, which sucks. The fuck, man? What's up, Pyrowolf? You win the lottery, that would be a sign. That's true. Yeah, okay. That would be the sign, is this a random new GPU. Except I'm doing that anyway. I'm doing it anyway, man. I have to. I needed to draw my weird anthro commissions I'm going to get after I draw Travis's character. Also, is the meme about Travis being a furry no longer a meme after this character? I'm just wondering if we're still solidly in that camp or not. Oof, yeah. That one's tough, isn't it? It's a tough pill for the normies to swallow. Yeah, I don't know about that. My friends have been doing a lot of cyberpunking D&D games, and we have a homebrew and a lot of rules and class to make it work. I've been here for 5 years. It's pretty good, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's the charm of D&D, has always been homebrewing. I never really liked using WotC's pre-gen kind of stuff ever since they stopped doing interesting, like, settings in 4th ed. A lot of the 5th ed stuff is just kind of, it's like very generic, kind of back to the basics stuff, which is great for new players. But if you've been playing D&D for more than an edition, a lot of the stuff that they release in 5th ed, complementing 5th ed, is kind of, you know, you've been there, you've done that, whatever. Not that I've ever liked using WotC's, like, settings or whatever. Amazing looking art so far. There we go. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Pathfinder session. All right. Good luck. Good luck. Hope you have a good time. But a gnome who was a murder hobo-esque, and every time the party thought I was getting too aggressive, they shoved me in a backpack. Wait, you got nebbied? Oh my god. Get in the fucking bag, Nebby. Bro, that's tragic. They really backpacked you like that? Well, I'm not going to say that they're wrong, you know? Obviously, playing with the murder hobo is a challenge. What the fuck is her earring? Is it just a chain? I think it's just a chain. I think it's literally just a chain. I think it's just chain. All right. Okay, hold on. Yep, we're just drawing chain. Line work. I didn't name my layers, bro. I don't know why gnomes are so much of a challenge for me, but I still don't know what to do with our shortkin. The short folk of Eldara, the Awar, they might forever remain like an undocumented meme. Right? Just zero art made for them ever, and they're just described or referenced quite a bit, but they never get any art. You know, that may be the solution for me, is to ensure the AWAR never get... Watch someone sponsor the AWAR project, and I just have to avoid drawing actual AWAR for, like, you know, 15 hours worth of streaming. I'll just draw dragons for them instead. That's what I'll do. Hot take, apparently I really hated Tasha's called removing racial traits and bonuses, so I don't tend to allow it to use my campaigns. I don't understand why they had to make that a rule. Like, I thought that if you really wanted to, like, if you really wanted to be like an orc that had elvish traits or whatever, you just did it. You know, like, Tasha seemed like kind of weird to me that they needed to give permission to players to do that kind of stuff. Because if somebody had like a cool idea, they wanted to be like an orc and have grown up with the elves or whatever, like that's never come up in one of my games. But if somebody really had an idea for that, and like, oh, aesthetically, I want to be an orc, but I want, you know, my trait wise to be a human or whatever, it's like, okay, you just do it. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of weird that a lot of the stuff that WotC's published recently in the last couple of years has been like kind of permission granting kind of stuff. And I don't know, maybe it is a hot take, but I never really felt like I needed that, you know? It's like if you wanted to do something, you just do it. You don't got to worry about whether or not it's in the rules as written. Excuse me, DM. My glasses need adjusting. Maybe it's required for new players. I don't know. I'm trying to be understanding about it. You know, it's like a weird thing that I wouldn't necessarily have done for my own game, but then again, I don't run Wizards of the Coast or Dungeons and Dragons. That's Jonathan Haight's job, all right? And last I checked, Mr. Haight was in charge of World of Warcraft or something. I don't know why he left, if he got laid off, pushed out, or if he decided, fuck this game. I don't want to play a dumb nerd game like World of Warcraft anymore. I've heard very mixed things about Jonathan Haight from Blizzard employees. I've heard good and bad, but almost everyone universally says that he is very, very corporate. So, is that a good thing for D&D or not? I don't know. Because what's his full title at Wizards? Jonathan Height Watsy. He is the Watsy president. Yes. All right. I thought I was just in charge of D&D. Apparently it's Magic the Gathering trading card game playing cards too. Bro, could you imagine a Magic the Gathering Universes Beyond crossover with Blizzard Entertainment? Fortunately or unfortunately, I definitely could. Bad after whole big ordeal because a lot of old games and content were being considered racist because of the IRL parallels. I don't know. I don't know much about that whole fucking debate or whatever. Can't with the rules lawyers is something I can't stand. Can't stand rules lawyers. I like the rules lawyers. You know, they're like having rules lawyers in your game. I imagine is somewhat similar to having a pet ferret.
He returned to us with the Montoya stash in.
Yeah, what's up, Adaria? What's going on, man? Good to see you, bro. You started bits, dude. Appreciate that. God, I appreciate that right now. Been gone for a while, man. You have no idea how much I appreciate the bits. Thanks, bro. Hope you've been good. Haven't caught shit. No idea how your streams have been. No idea what's been going on. Zero clue. Hope you've been chilling. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I guess Magic the Gathering is doing a lot of Universes Beyond stuff, so it seems to be Wizards like kind of mode right now. I met and I had lunch with a friend this last weekend. Okay, a friend who I haven't seen in probably 8 years. An old high school buddy of mine. Just haven't caught up in a long time. But we were talking about it, and he said that a bunch of like our old friends got into Magic the Gathering. And I was like, oh, cool. What made them do that? And he's like, well, it was the Final Fantasy set. I was like, God damn it. The Universes Beyond shit's working. Damn it. We're never going to get another original Wizards of the Coast IP for Magic ever again, are we? It's just going to be Spider-Man and Avatar and anime and fucking whatever else shit, you know? But also absent is you just keep forgetting to actually do it. Well, hope I'm alright, man. Hope I'm chilling. I just like cute cards. I knew about Magic before any Universes Beyond things. That's fair. I used to be very big into Magic. Like, I used to work at a game store and slung Magic cards. There is not a Magic card I haven't owned in my personal collection. I sold my collection in, I don't know, 20 whatever, to pay for my wedding, student debts, loans, school, house, everything, to just like be an adult. And I'm glad I did. Obviously, I missed the game quite a bit, but I got priced out of it, man. Like, I can't buy Magic cards anymore. I can't buy Magic cards. I just can't afford them. Are you kidding? A collector's box of Final Fantasy was like $1,000. The Lord of the Rings cards was like, collector's boxes were like $800. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I wish I could enjoy the game, but WotC just doesn't want me to have cards. The only way I can actually get cards is if I get a job working for WotC as an artist, and then they'll give me artist proofs of my cards. But until then, I don't know. I really miss the old Magic like IPs. You know, Dominaria, Ravnica, those old blocks, even Kamigawa. The Neo Dynasty Kamigawa shit was an interesting take. I kind of liked that. Ravnica, we've been to Ravnica too many times. We need to chill. I don't know what they're going to do with it, though. Next, you're getting 7 Magic the Gathering sets. That's the other problem, is that Magic is releasing sets so unbelievably fast. Like, what was the... Hold on. Let me just curious. WotC MTG set release dates. Archive in order. No. How frequent did we get sets back in the day? So, like when I was playing, so October 1st, 2001, and then in February 2002, May 2002, October 2002. So we're getting 3 sets a year, right? 2003, 3, 4, 4, 4. Yeah. And they did this forever. Is they released 3 sets a year plus a core set. So it's 4 sets a year typically. And they kept that going for, God, I don't know how long. 7 sets a year with full collector's edition boxes and whatever. Like, I just can't keep up, dude. I can't keep up, man. I'd love to keep collecting, but yeah, that's just not going to happen for me, I don't think. Tier 6? Next, we're getting Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Marvel Superheroes, The Hobbit, and Star Trek. All right. Do you guys like the weird like IP Magic sets, like Magic the Gathering, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and My Little Pony and shit like that? Do you guys like that shit? Because obviously there's demand for it. Obviously, I'm the one on the out here. I am not nerds. Nerds apparently love that shit. I am not part of the norm, and I understand that. But do we actually want this, or is it just cool and you feel compelled to buy it? Because that seems like what a lot of the Final Fantasy nerds that I know. It's like they liked it, but they didn't really, like, you know... No one was losing their mind over it, and they weren't, like, dying of excitement and shit. Mom's like 30 packs on her table she isn't touching because she doesn't understand them. Ah, yes, okay. Need to be added to the source game. My Little Pony is a place with elves and dwarves and My Little Pony from MTG Universe. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not big on that, to be honest. I'm not big on the whole universes beyond. Like when they first did I think the first collab was what, Godzilla? And I was like for a main set. For whatever that set was called. I was not about that. It was not my jam. Not my forte. First, I think that while it increases the reach of MTG, it diluted the IP. Yeah, and that's kind of a question is like, well, what are you getting out of this? Like, yeah, you're making the quarter sell really well, but what's best for the long-term health of the game? And I don't know if having like if using other IPs is best for the long-term health of the game. I could be wrong. Because like fan artists make a good career, they make a good living. And so if other people are building IPs and then WotC is just cashing in on them and making the official trading cards of them for every big IP, then maybe that's a good business model for a long time. I personally miss the original IPs that they did. Quite a bit. But then again, I'm a boomer. I've been playing Magic since 2001 or whatever, so... like, understandably. Or maybe it was earlier than that. I don't know. When was Mirage? Main set, they had Godzilla as an alternative art thing. Then we got Transformers. Right. Yeah. There's come time when MTG fans are just going to give up buying expansions and all their sets will be other IP fans. Probably, yeah. I think you're right. And I'm going to be very sad for that when it happens. You know? Unless they do the Magic the Gathering Battletech crossover. Ooh. What are her scars like? I think her scars are just kind of like, yeah, weird, arcane kind of webbing. I'm gonna take some liberties here for Valus, alright? We're gonna take a couple liberties. Some redesigns. I'm wondering how true to form the actual official art is, because for Marisha's character, I think, didn't she describe it a little bit different? Critical Role Murray, is that her name? Yeah, she described her character as having like a long bearded, or a long braided beard. Oh, it is kind of braided. I don't know about this whole drawing bearded lady dwarves, but I'll give it my best, okay? When the time comes to draw Murray, I'll give it my best. Everything in the day and age has been diluted to suit new audience. Kind of gross. Saw a debate about Tron the other day and how good the old one was versus the new one. I have not seen the new one. Tron, what is it, Ares or whatever? I liked the 2000 whatever Tron. I like that movie. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it was rad, dude. I was probably the right age for it when it came out too. Like 18 or some shit like that, or 16. I don't remember what year it was, but I think I was in high school, university age. I think a lot of like definitely as investment increases in a lot of these like creative endeavors, the fear of not having a banger is growing too large for a lot of people and studios, investments in VC and whatever. So that's what's I think mainly causing a lot of this like kind of meh bullshit that we get. But I could be wrong. Could be other factors too, you know. So I'm doing my own thing, bro. You know? We got to make the Realms of Eldara something super dope so that when I sell it for $18 billion to Disney so they can make movies out of it. Wait. Ah, shit. He said it out loud. Damn it. Damn it. Didn't he learn anything from George Lucas? Apparently not. God. We all believed in Evan up until the day he sold to Disney. Nice yacht though, right? Great yacht. I think that's like maybe the one lesson to be taken from the modern era is never ever let go of creative control of your project. I think this is Blizzard. It's like Blizzard wouldn't have survived to make World of Warcraft if they didn't sell. So do you sell your project to, like, do you sell ownership of a project to see it come to life, knowing that it will be turned into like a zombified like pulp or whatever of profit in the market? Do you sell it and bring in outside investment to see it like just happen, knowing that it will be then at some point in time morphed and twisted into something that serves a financial gain for somebody? Or do you never do it at all, always own your own project, but never let it see the true height of what it could have been? And that to me is like a not a debate that has an obvious answer to it. Personally, I think that I'd rather just not sell it, never see it like reach the heights of what it could possibly reach, you know, to ensure that it never sort of gets corrupted. But I don't know if I blame people that operate in a different model or not. I don't know if I can blame them. Not Disney? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. I think that Disney is changing course on a lot of things. Seems that people like Star Wars and Marvel fans seem to be pretty happy with a lot of Disney's recent stuff. You know, I enjoyed Andor. It was okay. Enjoyed Skeleton Crew. We'll see what the new Star Wars movies look like. If they're good. Who knows, man? I'm always going to be optimistic about this kind of stuff. Right? Samurai! What's up, dude? Thanks for the sub, man. Thank you, Samurai. Welcome back for another month, dude. Missed you, bro. Good to see ya. Welcome on in. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it or not. Dumb question for anyone to know: does Critical Role not stream on Twitch anymore? Watching the episode 1 VOD, they couldn't stop pushing the website they host and didn't mention that it was a VOD from Restream. They do stream on Twitch, yes. They stream on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, but they really don't want you watching on YouTube. Like, it's emote only chat. You have to pay on Twitch for the VOD. They really, really want to make their own website a thing for Critical Role. And like, fair enough, I don't blame them. You only get like, well, no, it's not true. If you have enough subs, you get 70% of your sub split. But still, losing 30% of your sub to Twitch does suck for a lot of people. It's certainly better than 50-50. I wouldn't be complaining if it was 70-30 to keep the culture of Twitch. I also think Twitch's culture is still the strongest out of any streaming platform. They do. They just really, really want you on their website. They really fucking want you on Beacons or whatever it is. I don't blame them, but I'll be honest, I don't know if I would probably pay for access over on Beacons. What is it, Beacon or Beacons? I just don't think that I would want to have another subscription. I think the only subscriptions I pay for are... I don't know if we pay for Netflix. I think we do. I don't know. But we pay for Disney Plus. And we pay for a sports thing in Canada so that Ella can watch all of the hockey games, because Ella's a big hockey fan. She's a hockey girly. Besides that, I don't know. I don't think I'd get another subscription service or whatever. Not a fan of it, but I can't blame them. Yeah, for real. But like, lots of streams and streamers have tried to like leverage their brand's strength and get people off of Twitch. Overwatch League tried to do that for YouTube, and it killed it. It was one of the things that killed the project. So I think Critical Role very smartly is still keeping their Twitch, front and center. But yeah, they really want you to get on Beacons. And I get it. They're a big company now. They got a lot of mouths to feed, apparently. So, sports? Yeah, man. Elle's a big hockey fan, if you didn't know. When her dad was still alive, he would go to hockey games with her because he had, like, season tickets. So, she's a big... Like, she grew up watching hockey. She still watches hockey. She loves it. She's a big Calgary Flames fan because that's the city we grew up in. So... She'll get her little jersey on. She'll get our Eunice jersey on. She'll watch the games. It's been a whole thing. Rich comes up from Beacon. I did free trial because I think it'd be sticking to the Monday YouTube because of time zones. I'm dumb though, and if I buy that nerd stuff like dice bags and shit. Yeah, right? Right? I don't know. I don't know about the whole Beacon thing. An Oilers fan? We're arch nemesis? I love watching the Oilers. What do you mean, bro? No, I never got the rivalry, like the blood sport between the Flames and Oilers. I love watching the Oilers. Shit, dude. I live very close to Calgary. I grew up as a Flames fan, but I love watching the Oilers play. If not the Flames winning a cup, God, like everyone's like, oh, the only people who are more happy than Panthers fans to see the Oilers lose are Calgary Flames fans. And I'm like, I'm not. I'm mad as fuck, bro. Get McDavid his cup. No, man. I got nothing but love for my Edmonton Oilers. They're chilling it, bro. They're our best shot right now. Shoot, we'll give them Wolf for a season or two. Come back with the cup. All right, our turn. Canvas cup. I agree, right? Cap friendly contract. Holy shit! If they don't build him a statue and make him mayor of Edmonton after that fucking cap friendly contract for 2 years, I don't know. Burn the whole place down. It was a failed experiment. Build him his statue or burn it down. Yeah, Elle's a big hockey enjoyer. Watch a little PWHL on Amazon too once in a while. Catch a Pittsburgh game now and then, because God help me if we only have another couple of seasons with Crosby. Only thing that matters is the Red Wings. Okay, all right. Well... Gonna be a quiet couple years. Hey, Dark. What's going on, man? Hope all is well now. I'll be honest, I had probably maybe 2 of the worst weeks of my life in the last, or three I guess. But yeah, I'm back. I'm ready to go. I'm back full strength. I'm excited. I'm motivated. I'm ready to go. We're ready for it. We're gonna do cool shit. The 3 a.m. ads? Oh no. Damn it. I said we'd have it, with all the gifted subs this morning, I said we'd have at least 6% less ad complainers. Consider what it would look like if we didn't. Which, thank you by the way, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, those ads on Twitch, man, they're oppressive. If you don't have Turbo, I don't know how you're watching this website. Simul streaming on YouTube for that reason. God knows I'll probably be on Kick when they buy Twitch.
Necromancer Dark gifted a tier 1 sub to midnight _
Ah, Dark, thanks,
they have
man.
given 209 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks, Dark. I appreciate that. Thanks for liberating another Dragon's Claim member from Adpocalypse. Ad Hell. Ad Nauseam. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you, Dark. Appreciate you, man. Alright. Oh, I should probably draw Valis' other fucking eye first. I wanted to start with drawing characters' eyes first and foremost with pieces like this, but I just forget, so leave me alone. I know it looks best for the YouTube video, but it's not the way I intuitively draw it, so I have to like remind myself. Eyes first. Eyes first. Eyes always first. A good belt energy. There's not a single belt in there, man. Is his 49th yacht? Yeah, bro. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, we can't actually make that joke because the problem is Twitch has been losing money since it started. Like, people don't know this shit. Twitch has never been profitable, ever. Since it was purchased from Amazon, and before then, Twitch has never made money a single year, ever. It has lost Amazon money every single year that that's been owned by them, you know? So like, we all meme about the whole Bezos Bucks yacht Prime thing, but when you think about it, you're like, oh shit, man, fuck, we gotta get Bezos a better yacht or we're gonna lose our site at a certain point in time. I am very nervous that Twitch's like ad problems and, you know, issues, I am very nervous that Twitch is gonna get sold in the next like 12 to 16 months because Bezos doesn't have another yacht from Twitch. And honestly, the only 2 people that I think would be interested in buying Twitch are Google and Stake. And I don't know which would be worse. So, hey man. You know, oh god. It's gonna be a weird time for us if we're all simul streaming to Kick and or YouTube, because Twitch is under new management, let's just say. Well, I don't think so, but ads will get worse. Well, the problem is that the reason why I don't think that that's a viable solution is that if you know the history of Google and YouTube, Google almost abandoned YouTube because they didn't want to put the effort into Google AdSense. They decided to make the investment to risk it, but they were very close to canceling YouTube as a project. The only reason they did it was because they decided they were going to invest billions into their ad program. Amazon never did that. So Amazon's AdSense and Amazon's ad service is way less than Google. Like, it's not even in the same realm as to what Google does. So the problem is then they can't sell ads for as much. So that's why we get ads that are so disjointed. And Jesus, Dark, what the hell, man?
Welcome back. Glad to see you're back. We missed you. Hopefully taking Ella to Taco Bell can help lift your spirits. Hashtag Taco Bell. Hashtag Ella.
Dark, you being here lifts my spirits. That's entirely unnecessary and undeserved, but good God, does it help out. Thank you, Dark. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 50. What the fuck, man? Oh, God. Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Thank you. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, God, it still knocked me for a second there. Hold on, let me finish my thought. And since they never developed this this sophisticated ad structure, that's why ads on Twitch have gotten worse and worse and worse. And from an agency level, all the botting on Twitch have made the agencies mad at Twitch. So the rate of bots or fake, I guess, viewership on YouTube is somewhere in like 3 to 5%. And they factor that into marketing budgets when they're bidding on contracts for marketing for big companies. But agencies know that on Twitch, that number is closer to 30 or 50%. And that's real bad for business. So that's one of the biggest reasons why botting, like Devin Nash made a really great video on this, but more or less the agencies realized or figured out or got wise to the fact that like a lot of the money they were spending was on Twitch was fraud. What the fuck, dude?
And this is to help chip at the new printer Kappa.
Jesus, that holy fuck, Dark. Holy shit. Fuck the current thought. God damn it. Oh my god. Thank you, Dark, for the 50 again. What the fuck, bro? Dude, I don't fucking deserve that. Thanks for the help, Dark. God damn it. Oh god. Oh my heart.
Necromancer Dark
oh,
gifted a tier
fuck.
1 sub to Nick
Thanks for the gifted sub to Nick.
6,997. They have given 210 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Dark. I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. God damn it. Ugh. Thanks, man. Whew. Oh, my heart. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve the support, but I'm just so grateful for it. Dark, that means the world. Thank you. I appreciate it. I am unworthy and I am humble in the face of your immeasurable support, and I hope you know how much it means to me. Thank you, Dark. I seriously, bro, that's god damn it. I was not expecting this today. I was not anticipating this today. Okay. No, focus up, Evan. Fucking lock in. Anyway, that's why I'm worried that that Twitch is at risk of being sold, because it's just there's just so many problems with it that for something that makes less than 1% of Amazon's total like revenue every year, and I think it might be up to it might still be less than 1%. Regardless, it seems like it might be more trouble than it's worth. And so if you have somebody like Stake or whatever come in and say to Amazon, hey, why don't we just give you $1 billion? You don't have to worry about it. I could see something like that happening. That's why I'm fearful, you know? Even during the DMCA stuff, I didn't think we were that close to losing Twitch. But the ad stuff, this is where I'm starting to see they're making some real dangerous moves, and they're doing some Hail Marys and throwing the plays a couple times here and there in weird ways. And I could be wrong, but I could definitely see a future where we are no longer under Amazon ownership, and Twitch looks very different. So that's the reason why I have my suspicions about the sales, is because there's just one thing after another keeps happening. But I hope I'm wrong. I hope that Amazon doubles down, figures out how to Twitch, and makes this the best possible place it could be. I hope they remove the controversial stuff from it, police the platform well, return to creativity and community and all the stuff that we loved about Twitch in the 2010s and early 2020. And yeah, man, I'm hopeful, but I do also stream on YouTube because I want my VODs to be available, you know? Necromancer Dark Turn became Necromancer Light? Damn, they light forged him like Illidan? Bro, last time we tried that, we all saw what happened. We saw it cinematic. So I can't tell they're desperate with running the weird Duolingo promo thing right now that I don't know what to say. Yeah, I don't know, man. Google buys it, Twitch is as good as gone, or Stake buys it, I feel like will be integrated into Kick. Yes. Well, so here's the thing. If Google buys, Google wanted to, they wanted to start streaming stuff, but they realized it wasn't worth it. So I don't know, man. If Google buys Twitch, I don't know what it's going to look like. If Stake buys Twitch, I don't think a lot's going to change, to be honest. I think that they will just sort of have Kick and Twitch and just integrate them and slowly bleed them together and together and together. And I think Stake would probably be very happy to turn Kick into Twitch. They just would run both, and then they would just merge them together, and they're very happy to run Twitch, right, with all their ads and shit that they do for their monetization structure. So I don't know. Like weirdly, I think that we'd see less change if Stake bought it over if Google bought it. But it's very hard to look into the future of those two possibilities and be confident. And I've thought about this a lot. I've had to think about it a lot, man. I'm nervous. Where am I gonna stream my dumb art to? Patreon exclusive streams. Just me and Thorkin. I believe Stake bought it, Twitch, so it would open up ease of multi-streaming between Kick and Twitch. Well, you can multi-stream between them. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean by ease? Like, is it like, do you mean the social implications of streaming on multi-streaming on Kick? Because as far as I know, you can multi-stream on both. The only thing you can't do is you can't like interact with this. Technically, the only thing you can't do is you can't interact with a chat specifically from a different website on your screen or whatever on Twitch, but you can multi-stream. They changed the rules for that a couple months ago, like 6 months ago or something like that. I'm not sure if there's something that I'm missing in addition that I might be not thinking of. But I know tons of people that like if you go to the Twitch or the Kick like art category, which is very small, by the way, most of the people in there are multi-streaming on YouTube, and no one's doing dedicated Kick streams in the creative sense. It's all multi-streaming, as far as I know. But I'm not paying that close attention to it, I'll be honest. I go to Kick every once in a while to see what's up there. Because I'm just curious to know, like, kind of what's going on in the streaming space. But I don't, like, I've never, like, watched or followed or whatever a stream on Kick, so I don't really know if how many streamers there are that stream exclusively on Kick that aren't banned on Twitch, you know? I just mean they probably have a button or something that's set directly able to multi-stream. Oh, okay, yeah, no, 100%, yeah. Good catch, yes. That they would probably integrate it into the actual, like, yeah, into the actual process of doing it. They'd probably make it very easy too. 100%, yeah, I think you're definitely right about that. It'd have like built-in auto multi-streaming, maybe. Probably. Yeah. Yep. That's a good call. We'll probably see that pretty quick too. Then with the chat thing, Doug streams on Twitch and puts YouTube chat in his streams all the time. So everyone does, but the rules, it's an unenforced rule. Yeah, like most streamers do that, or they'll have like a restream sort of thing that shows their chats. But as far as I know, the wording and rules around it are that you're not supposed to do that. But obviously, no one's really, no one's really policing it or watching it or whatever, or caring, it seems like, so. Love their eyes? Thanks, Sabine. I'm trying to give her those dramatic, sort of judgy veilus. Trying to put a little bit more life into her eyes and a little more expression than maybe her official art. But, I'm gonna give her a very dramatic, because like most of her expressiveness is going to be in her eyes, obviously. With the veil, we don't get, we only have the like separation of eye to eyebrow. So we can see the influence of her cheek muscles pushing on her eyes. We can see the influence of her eyebrows in the, you know, the four main axis shapes of the eyebrows moving, and that in relation to eyes, and as well as eye to eyelid. So we don't have a lot of things to play with for expression, but we can mess around a little bit. Try and give her some more broody depth or whatever. Hello, Maggie. Good to see you, dude. Maggie, I hope you've been crushing it, doing all the things. killing it, winning the game, whatever the game is. Hope the art's been good. Hope the fish have been good. Hope work's been good. I've been gone for a number of weeks, so yes, I'm sorry. I've been MIA. Nailed it. Thanks, Steph. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Well, whatever happens to the streaming future, know that I will be there wherever there is with my stupid art, doing dumb art things. I think I will try and download Restream and make it work for next week, probably. So I need to try and get another TikTok stream key back, which I think I can at some point here. But how much is Restream plans? How the fuck much is this? Products, multi-streaming. Pricing. How much is Restream? Restream is for streaming on 5 channels, which would be Twitch, YouTube. I think if I streamed on Kick, people would cancel me, so I don't think I'd stream on Kick. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok. And I'd like to do Instagram as well, and either YouTube Shorts or Twitter. That would be $40 US a month. $500 US per year. I just stick with the $16 a month plan, the $200 a year to do Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. That seems better. That seems better. Very busy life has been mixed bag recently. I'm getting through it though. Well, whatever the struggles are, Maggie, I hope you meet them with the worthy dignity of a person that I respect as much as you. I hope that they are well weathered, and I hope the joys are more frequent. Whatever the season holds for you, I wish you snackies and much D&D. As is the blessing of the Dragon's Claim, or some shit. Kick isn't really that bad, honestly, as long as you're keeping yourself not doing stuff people and they hate on they're doing. Well, the problem with Kick is it's not about what the actual like website, like, yeah, like most streams on Kick, people are just chilling. It's not like super offensive, whatever bullshit. It's the impression. People have this idea that if you are on Kick, that like it's more about the optics of it. People will get very much in their feelings about like company X did this or that or whatever. Like you're a bad person if you support Kicks, whatever. And like that's fair enough. I'm not blaming anybody for that. Like it's totally fine to say I don't want to support Kick or whatever. But I do find it a little ironic when somebody says I don't want to support Kick, and you're like, why? And they're like, because I don't support gambling. And you're like, you know that Twitch has Amazon has one of the largest sports betting contracts in the history of media ever, right? And so it's the kind of thing where it's like, if you don't want to still be on Kick because you find crypto casino gambling more morally abhorrent than sports bet gambling, that's a personal choice that I totally respect and can get down with. But people will still then make it about like, oh, it's kind of like when people were on Twitter versus Blue Sky. They're like, I don't want to support Twitter and whatever, it's this awful platform, so I'm going to Blue Sky. And then they make a big deal about it, and then they come back like a couple months later, they just like reactivate their account and just start quietly tweeting again. It's like, I just don't like the whole moral high grounding of it. I'm not going to judge anyone morally for choosing to stream on Kick, or multi-streaming. But is it worth the heat that you catch? Probably not. Not for me anyway. I'm not willing to like sit here and try and moral high ground Kick and be like, oh, they're the worst piece of people ever, and I would never degrade myself to streaming on Kick. When Kick might buy Twitch, and then what are we all gonna do? What are we all gonna do? So I probably still wouldn't do it because it wouldn't be worth the hassle right now, but who knows, man. Future holds lots of mysteries for us. Even streamers that have plagued that site. Sure, yeah. 100%. It's they definitely have a reputation well earned in some ways. That though is not the reason why people usually say they don't want to stream on or support Kick. It's usually the gambling. Very, very infrequently the streamers, which is interesting, I guess. I don't know. Imagine Critical Role streaming on Kick with their simul streaming on Kick now. Beacons, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh god, this chainmail shit's gonna be the worst thing in the world to draw, isn't it? I'm not looking forward to it. I'm gonna probably leave it for the end, you know? I'd probably leave it for the end, and whew. Gonna take my time and leave that shit to Future Evan. Future Evan has his shit together. He knows what's up. Future Evan will definitely do a good job figuring out how to represent chainmail in this sort of sketchy method. The problem is current Evan has no fucking clue how to do that, so yeah. Yeah, about that. That people on every website can just has the loudest voices being on there. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Twitch doesn't exactly have they're kind of getting a reputation recently as well, aren't they? Oof. Oof. She's so dramatic, dude. She's so unbelievably dramatic. I'm trying to spend more on these pieces, like more time on them. I really want to make the portraits that I like. They initially, the ones I had on Coffee, initially started as this very quick little thing, but they're quickly becoming the thing that I like doing the most. Is portraiture. I like doing the full character designs. They just take so unbelievably long that you can get something like 70% of the character out of like 20% of the work. You know what I mean? And it's way easier. Like I do think that I'm going to add in full character designs on Coffee, request style though, so I can still do them. But realistically, like removing the entire commission process from commissions, like approval, whatever, that whole thing, like moving from doing bespoke commissions to sort of request style has been really, really good for my sanity. I'll still do like formal commissions now and then, but I'm going to replace like half of the commissions that I do with request style. So they'll be a lot more affordable for a full character, like body character design. But I was going to add that on like a couple weeks ago, and then things happened and I got distracted. But I think I'm going to do that this week, is actually add them on as a full option. Soon enough here anyway. We'll see if people like it. We'll see how they feel. I'm not gonna rag on someone who chooses to stream theirs firmly planned on Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I like Twitch. I like Twitch. I still like the culture on Twitch. I like the memes over here. I like the vibes. Twitch has been my home for a long time. I was an avid Twitch viewer and enjoyer for much longer than I streamed. Like my account was created. When was my account? Evan Bull Sakurite Crumb. Let's see. It was created November of 2011. Oh my god. This November, my 14th year on Twitch. Holy. Imagine if I started streaming then. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm a Twitch enjoyer, bro. Has anyone from Critical Role acknowledged your fan art at all? But by the way, just curious to know they like to retweet things once in a while. Yeah, actually, Whitney. Whitney on Instagram. I think I screenshotted it because it was like a cool moment for me. You know? Did I? I'm not sure if I did. Thought I did. I definitely didn't. But yeah, Whitney reposted my thing on Instagram and said she was very impressed by it. So that was cool, you know. I'm doing the fan art for like my own fun, not for the like. I really am suspicious and nervous about like channel growth with fan art because it's kind of a mixed bag and it's not apparent that growing from fan art is actually a good thing, I think, for everyone, and certainly not for me. So I really don't want to like build a following based on fan art, but I've gotten the courage this year to like start doing more of it because I feel like I'm kind of solidifying myself in my own project that I don't need to worry about it as much. But it is very cool when the person you're doing the fan art for recognizes it in some way, and Whitney did see the Tyranny piece and really like it. That was cool, you know? It was nice. I was not expecting that. Not expecting anyone to see that shit, to be honest. That was cool, man. Made me smile. Made my day, bro. I don't know if it's like if like what's the etiquette for posting fan art? Are you supposed to tag the person in it? You know? Is that like a thing you're supposed to do? So I didn't really want to tag her. I think I tagged her in the Instagram post and that's it. It seemed like etiquette or whatever, but I don't, to be honest, I don't really know. I'm not like like I don't know if even it's a good idea to use Critical Role hashtags for the stuff that I'm doing or not. He's all over the place even before episode 1. It's like 40 cosplayers. Yeah, I saw some of that too. I was very impressed. I wonder, how do artists know how to gauge how to charge or price commissions? I know some artists don't do commissions for many reasons. How to gauge commission pricing is a topic that I've been thinking about quite a bit because I'm currently in week like 4 of my mentorship with Minnie and Alf, where I am doing my best to see if I can tolerate and can really help somebody out in a mentor capacity. And I think that I'm hopefully, like, I'm having fun, I'm enjoying it, and I think they're making progress, which is great. But in trying to help an artist, like, part of the mentorship process, I think, is helping an artist not only figure out how to get better, but how to develop themselves and to build a career, right? And if so, like, the mentorship process for trying to get people into studios is like portfolio discussions and review and stuff. The mentorship process to help somebody who's a freelance artist is very different. And so I've been trying to help Minnie think about pricing commissions and how to price things. And I've been thinking of this for other artists and really kind of diving into it a little bit. And I'm contemplating, like, I'm half thinking about making a video of it. Like, hey, here's the like business side of how to make it as an artist on your own. You know, here's the ways you can go about it. Here's the things you can do. Here's whatever. Commission pricing is a twofold process of market value and time. So obviously you want your time to be worth a certain amount, and obviously your commissions has some market value. So for me, I have an idea of what I kind of want my time to be worth and what it needs to be worth. But as you do different things, all your prices go up. So let's say you do a commission, and your commissions, you work for $50 an hour, right? That's your commission. And you know that if you make commissions, you can get them done. What that means is that if you do, like, if you're doing fan art for $50 an hour, or sorry, commissions for $50 an hour of, like, let's just say, like, cool, like, anime stuff. And somebody asks you for like a chibi, I don't know, emote. And it takes you 2 hours to do an emote. So the price for that, what are you going to work at? You know, if the market value of an emote is like $20, people want to pay $20 for an emote. Well, for you, there's no reason, if you can count on commissions, on as many commissions as you want, your market value for an emote would be $100 then. So what this lets you do is, as you part of the pricing of commissions is understanding what sort of your base rates are and what you can kind of get by with, right? Like, let's say you do a print, like you're an artist that has a big following, and if you release a print, you can make, let's just say, like $1,000 from a print in the first 6 to 12 months. That means that doing a big illustration, let's just say that illustration takes you 10 hours. It'll obviously take you more than that, but that means that you're working for $100 an hour. So now that increases your commission price to $100 an hour, because why would you ever work for less when you could produce another print? Now, that doesn't really factor in if you don't think that you could sell as many prints. If you can release one print every 6 months and make $1,000 off of it and do work for $100 an hour, then sure, your commission price will be less, because it's not like you can just do as many of these as you want. So balancing and figuring out what the market supply and demand of your own work is. Like, unfortunately, if somebody says to me, hey, can you do like design for my stream or whatever, and it's like layouts or an overlay, shoot, dude, if that takes me 10 hours, then that's going to be a $500 project. But for layout streams, the market value for layouts is like maybe, I don't know, maybe like $200 for your layout or something like that. So if somebody asks me for it, it's like, I can charge you $500, but I think you can get something just as good for less. When it comes to things like bespoke characters, you can't get my designs and my style and my work anywhere else, really. So that's the one thing that might be worth paying for, is commissions. But when it comes to other things like that, is it really worth it? And I've had people offer me like pretty big projects and say, hey, would you do this or that project or whatever? You know, I've got this for my stream coming up and I need some art for it. I'm wondering if you want the opportunity to do it. And I tell them like what it would be. Like this is a problem with working, and I don't want to shade my VTuber friends, but VTubers and big, like, people who've been in the scene longer will know, like in VTubing scene, will know that the art and the sort of the money that you pay and the value of art in the VTubing scene is very underpriced. So the idea of a VTuber asked me a while ago to do art for an upcoming project, and she's like, hey, could you do this thing? My budget is around $200. And I'm like, that project would cost you $700 from me. I'm so sorry, I can't do it for you, you know? Because, like, why would you not do commissions? So figuring out how to price your own work is really a big challenge for a lot of artists, especially if you're on your own and you're not like working for a studio or whatever, because a studio will value your time, and you have to like sort of in some way have willingness to not get clients. And like if I didn't get clients for an entire like 8-month period or whatever, I'd be like, oh fuck yeah, I can just build Eldara, you know? Like, I'm not like the fact that I have my own project makes my commissions more expensive because the slots are more limited, and I'm perfectly happy to not do commissions. And so when people ask me and say, hey, can you do this for me? And I'm like, sure, this is what's going to cost. If I get 10 commission requests a week, which is about pretty average now, is about somewhere between 10 and 15 right now. If I refuse all 10 or whatever, they refuse my pricing, I'm like, excellent, I have more time for my project. But if somebody says, yeah, that's awesome, like, it's kind of like why I want to add certain things to coffee, which is like, if somebody really wants to pay for this, then that's fucking awesome. And there are people out there who are like, yeah, I value this at whatever rate, and I will happily pay that price or that rate or whatever, which gives you a lot of confidence to not lower your pricing. But a lot of artists have that issue where they're terrified of not making rent or whatever. Fair enough. And if they only do commissions, they only rely on commissions, and they're kind of beholden to that. They kind of need to make sure their price is always accepted. They can't ever risk raising it to a point where the market doesn't accept their price point, because either their work isn't valued that much or they aren't good enough or whatever. So it's a very difficult thing to try and figure out as an artist, I think. It's a very challenging thing, and a lot of artists feel very uncomfortable talking about it because people want to admit that you're making art, or they don't want to admit that you're making art, or sorry, that you need to survive off your art, right? Like, there's this idea among artists that the pursuit of money means that you are not creatively invested. But the problem is that I can agree with that argument, but the problem is the way artists are sort of like signaling that they're not that they're creatively intact and they aren't like corrupted by greed is by living such unbelievably poor situations and circumstances where they're making like less than $1,000 a month. And it's like, dude, you can't even fucking live. Like, you live with your family or whatever and you desperately want to move out, but the way you make right now, you couldn't even pay rent, not let alone groceries and bills, insurance, or if you want to like get married or whatever, start a family, like all these things. Future, are you going to ever retire? Like, there's a lot of these things that people, so I definitely think that, like, yeah, the greed monster exists and you want to avoid that. Obviously you want to be focused on the creativity at the like 100%. But when you think about what you actually need to survive, people will say like, whoa, $50 an hour, Evan, that's so unbelievably expensive. And it's like, really? Because I think the cost of living is pretty high, man. You know, you'd be surprised how little $50 an hour gets you in life. And I wish that artists were more open about like, yeah, man, I would really like to not be terrified that I can't afford food next month. And so my prices are going to reflect that. And it's not to be like condemned, like, oh no, the artist has increased their price again. What an asshole, making themselves inaccessible to us. So many artists are held by captured by their communities in that way. And I really don't know what to do about it.
I missed you, !
Hello, Azalea. Welcome back to the stream. Good to have you. Hope your week was good. Hope your week was great, dude. And like for Eldara specifically, like I'll be perfectly open about it that I want to make a lot of money with Eldara so that I can do more cool stuff with Eldara. I don't personally have aspirations of like of extravagancy. I don't like a lot of that shit. You'll never see me on yachts and whatever, right? But it's like if I do a Kickstarter and I want to make $1 million in that Kickstarter, and like let's say half that's profit, then I have $500,000 to start a video game. To me, that's like there's nothing wrong with seeking to increase the cool creative stuff you can do. Now, if you're making money to try and cash out of your project so you can go buy your yacht and live on an island, then that's maybe a problem. You're not doing your art for the right reasons in some ways. But again, even that, I have a hard time judging people who, like, if you're providing value and you're doing it just to make money, but the value you're providing is still really good, then shoot, I'll pay for your game. Like, I don't care. The game's good and I'm getting good value out of it. I find the problem with like a lot of the games industry right now is we're not getting value for the money we're paying for projects. That's why it's a little bit frustrating, you know? So it's a little bit annoying or taxing because we feel like there is definitely a profit incentive to do this or that project, but fuck. I changed the angle of her face. Now her ears are slightly too high. Shit. Okay, I'll fix that right now. Okay. You know what? I will finish drawing them and then fix it when I run my delete sketch underneath. Okay. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. I think keeping people in mind on how they conceive the price of art is hard. It is. Yeah. And it's like, there's so many different ways you can go about being an artist and actually making a living that it's kind of like wild that a lot of artists just don't even think about that. They're happy to like live in their, you know, like 6 roommate hovel hoping to make it one day, air quotes, but never actually doing things to try and increase their living situation so they're not so stressed out. Like an artist that doesn't know where food's gonna come from is not an artist that is working at optimal potentiality or whatever. That's an artist that's fucking terrified in survival mode. And I get it because like this year has been the first year that I've breathed a small sigh of relief. What it took to be doing this full time for the last 5 years, I pray no one ever finds out. And I'm still not quite there, you know, but I know what it's like to be choosing between whether or not you're going to eat food or, you know, or, I don't know, buy gas for an entire month. And I can tell you the more pressure and stress and whatever that I'm under, the less creatively maybe strong I am. And I think a lot of artists don't understand that that's the truth for basically every human. And we know that for like game studios. Pay your fucking employees more. You want the best creative work out of them. Make sure that they know that they can like kind of breathe a sigh of relief and not be terrified all the time as to whether or not they can fucking pay rent or whatever. And yet artists don't think that they will agree with that and nod along for studio artists and be like, oh yeah, that's true. But then for themselves, they're like, I'm still going to continue to charge like $15 my commissions and work at $3 an hour. You're like, really? Really? I understand from piece of people that don't do commissions and just stick with coffee or Patreon sub. Yeah, I mean, like the coffee requests that I do allow me to work, because the problem is, so if you think about it, a commission, a formal commission, that project will take me, let's just say, one hour. Let's just say it's a 3-hour project. Okay. The problem is that there's an hour on the front end of time talking with the client, right? Prep for a project. And then there's like, let's just say an hour on the end of it that is, what are we going to say? Let's just say like revisions and just like revisions. Sure. So that 3-hour project actually took you 5 hours. And so if we're going to think about that $50 an hour thing, that's going to be a $250 project. So with request style commissions, we chop off these ends and it just comes down to well, for me, they're $125 for a 3-hour project. $125. So you don't have to pay for the revisions and you don't have to pay for the prep. Now, you don't get those things either, but for me, it means that I get to focus on just the art and spend more time making art than talking to people. And so although I like doing formal commissions, the coffee request style commissions allow me more flexibility and let me spend a lot more time doing the actual work and producing stuff and working with people that are okay with sort of like my designs and are willing to risk it, as opposed to people who are like, dude, I've got a very clear vision. I really want to work with you to build this. I will still do that, but I like the balance that I have right now with doing kind of a bit more of the request style stuff, which is why I'm going to add a couple more things request style to my coffee. But the Patreon's also good too. The Patreon's great because I send out a bunch of prints every single month for people. I get to make the magic items and all sorts of cool shit. It's the best thing ever. Definitely happy doing that shit as well. Give 15 patron subs at a tier to get a sketch, then 50 sketches potentially a month. For sure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, for real. I don't think I could do anything like a Patreon sketch every single month for people, like individually. Where I have to like track them down and ask them what they want, more or less. I don't think I could do that. Because then you have to spend so much time trying to like send DMs to people and get whatever and get them like, you know, it's just a lot. Right?
I had an entire week off to play FFT while you were gone.
Let's go, dude.
I had to go back
was it great? Was it awesome? Was it the best thing ever?
So I almost TPK'd my party last session.
Good. What do you mean almost? What do you mean almost? Bro, I was counting on you. It's great, Azalea. I know you were very excited for Final Fantasy, so I hope it was everything you wanted. I thought Thorkin was streaming it a little bit, so I watched it a little bit on Thorkin's stream, but I haven't indulged, haven't really seen it much of it yet. Is it good? Do we like it? Did it get good review? Is it true to form? Are we pleased with its progress? We happy with what we got? You're only mostly dead. Oh, I see. Okay. Mostly dead, Monty Python Black Knight style. Mostly dead. Right. Right. Okay.
Oh, I was streaming IT too.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I was having so much fun.
Let's go, dude.
Also, they survived cause I forgot one of them had a 1U seal thing, and they rolled good.
I would do it. That would do it. Yep. Yep. Well, sorry to hear that. They'll get them next time. Maybe next time they'll remember their Cheetos for the DM. Hopefully scared them into, Kidding, dude. Relax. God, people get so mad at me when I start joking about your players having to bribe you. Oops. Ooh, what the fuck? There we go. Oh, it's gonna take a minute or two to repair. So annoying. That's okay. I initially had her looking down more at the whatever, and so your ears will go up when you, from perspective there. I didn't change that. I was going to change it, but you know, it's one of those things that I really need that like day or two of not looking at a piece between like getting the initial sketch and then actually doing it, because I need to see like those mistakes or whatever, as opposed to seeing it midway through the piece like I just did for this one. But sometimes even if you do give yourself a day or two, you still don't catch it. Which is annoying, but part of the process. It's gonna happen once in a while. It's gonna happen, bro. Well, it's just a curiosity, by the way. If someone like myself wants a piece of art from you specifically for 14 character, how much roughly would you charge of a bust, something like that? It depends on the character. I don't like to ever give like, obviously you're asking for a rough estimate. If it's just a portrait like this, if you just want a portrait like this, you could request it on Coffee, and that's I think $125. If you want something more like this, a full like sort of like character kind of like upper body thing, I don't really do these on Coffee right now, so I don't know. It'd probably be somewhere closer to like 200 something or whatever. But just like character sort of like actual people, the thing is, when you think of a bust, it is literally just like the portrait, but in the modern sort of like art world of Twitter, busts are now like kind of half body. So I always need to like clarify when somebody's asking for a bust what they mean, if they mean like a traditional bust or if they mean like the like the more modern like kind of assumption of what a bust is. And that kind of thing, I don't like. For Final Fantasy 14 character, I say that I don't work based off of reference for these things. I'm doing new designs, but I really want to do things like 14 characters and like Warcraft characters and stuff like that. I would probably add those in as something that I'm willing to do. If someone sends me like a picture of their 14 character or their Warcraft character, whatever, you know, that's probably very easy to do reference from, and I like those sort of designs, so I don't mind using them as reference. The reason why I don't work from a lot of reference is because a lot of people have like really bad design choices that then I have to be responsible for trying to figure out how to make not bad. If they just want me to do their character and there's no design element for it, there's no freedom. But I really like doing like characters from like MMOs and stuff, and so I'd probably make a bit of an exception for that. I know I definitely would. And I'd probably actually work from reference, like let people like obviously give me their 14 character and just do that. The fuck? I think I heard something at my door. Give me a second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. We're good. We're chilling.
He said, give me the mustache supreme.
What's up, guapo? Thanks for that's sub, man. Appreciate it. 54 months. God damn. God damn. Thanks, man. Thanks, bro. Hope been good. Missed you, buddy. Gotta catch up, man. The only person I've talked to about anything in the last little while, I've been in my little rat hole. I hung out with Cobalt for a little while, so I gotta find time to catch up with my bros, bro. The Twitch has provided an update on the user count thing, so lurking does count as long as you don't have more than 5 streams open the same IP. What the fuck, really? Interesting. I had no idea. Would you be willing to do the fancier ones that stream that... Wait, SE doesn't know about... Wait, what? Or would you specifically only allow for villain characters? Wait, what? I'm a little confused, Raven. I think I'm missing something here. You could explain in crayon for me. My brain is not not functioning all that well today. Excuse me. Holy bro. Gotta drink properly, apparently. I'll survive. I'll live. I'll live. Maybe. We'll see. 25 months? Oh my god, really, Zelia? I'm honored. Truly. Man. I gotta do something really special for like our upcoming big long-term stream anniversaries. I gotta figure out what to do for this next year. I start thinking about it early, you know? As what magicified or not. Would you be willing to do magical characters that don't belong to the lands of Eorzea or just based off the ones you see on your PC console without extra add-ons? That don't belong to the lands of Eorzea. A Viera with an outfit that's not base game, made by the player base, or just regular Viera with a regular in-game outfit. Oh, I think if it's something that I'm doing based off of in like characters for like an MMO, I can't see how just like the bust of the character would have too much design. So if you just said, hey, could you do this with my Viera character, but put them in like a cloak or whatever, or something like that's different, or a different collar that doesn't exist, like transmog wise. I'd have to see what it is, like specifically, because that's a bit of a specific, like a unique request. So I don't just want to say definitely, because it could be something very, like very challenging to do or whatever that I'm going to sign up for and agree to. With wings and shit, and like, you know, 3 parrots on one shoulder, and the other half of them made out of fucking magic, like cucumber, Korean cucumber salad or whatever. Like I don't know. I tend to try to not agree to too abstract of an idea before I know more specifically about it, because of how I've been in the past. I've been like, oh yeah, sure, that's fine, and then people hit me with like, okay, so here's what I want. And I'm like, oh Jesus, that's going to be a lot. I can't imagine it be if it's just the like bust of the character. I can't imagine it being anything too challenging though. So. Called it by Guapo. Sorry, bro. I know my priorities are messed up. Yeah, man. Get called out, Cobalt. Bro, I can't wait to hire Cobalt as my chief technology officer of Electronic Blur Arts. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fucking sick. Absolutely rad. Best weekend ever. Best company, NA. Wait. So fair, definitely need to give my Viera dragon wings for flight speed though. Yeah, actually. Actually, they're right. Oops. Alright, Miss Johnson. Let's get your character. What are we doing here with this? I need to get this like the black fill layers on here so I know how dark I need to go with my background shading and stuff for everything. Because the hatching will only get you so far. We need our fill layers in here for our deep purple skin tone as well as our black hood and veil. We've got 2 characters. The first 2 characters are dead. I'm just realizing now have like kind of this like weird like nun sort of like sister uniform going on. Wasn't intentional. That was not intentional. It just kind of worked out that way. You realize I'm doing similar veil designs for both of them. Tierney's got them bangs going on. Different hair shape. And whatever else goes on with there. The Raisha? I think Yuna's working out the wind. She heard something outside. Okay. This ear isn't torn up, is it? No. Just one ear. One ear she lost in some magical accident. I'm looking forward to hearing about her character's backstory, sort of like the world building implications. Individual backstory, but the order, the world building, the narrative, all that kind of stuff, the lore. I want the lore. That's what I want. And as they say, lore nerd. Even for Critical Role, because this is a new world, I believe. This is a brand new world that they're playing in. They were like marketing that or whatever, you know? As character has bangs. It's on the side. Yeah, side bangs. Not like that straight cut. Was the Astral Sage class playtest going to happen? I don't know, man. I have not been thinking about anything Eldar related for the last couple weeks. So I'm not planning or promising anything right now. Not thinking too far ahead in the future past the current projects. I gotta get my bearings again, you know? Figure out which way is up, work related and structure schedule wise. In some ways, it's kind of a miracle I'm even streaming today. I guess I said enough is enough. And I still have some things to handle, family related wise. But I don't want to let it interrupt my stream schedule anymore. So. My big focuses right now. Okay. Could always post the like early alpha for this stage. Let people take a crack at that, maybe if there's an interest or not. But the Exandria behind Totally New World opening a crossover between the last 2 campaigns from what I heard. Okay. Alright, well. Like, I'm guessing they're going to make a new campaign guide and, like, kind of market it for that or whatever. I still think it's very interesting they didn't do Daggerheart for their campaign, you know? Going spoilers, I feel like they did a couple of session zeros to get into character and invest. Laura Bailey showed up swinging unless she just acclaimed of an actress doing that on cue. Yeah, I think they had, everyone had to have had like a pretty extensive kind of like background type thing, discussion, whatever, especially different characters having like specific stories laid out with each other and the rest of the world. Interesting way to start a campaign, you know? Very interesting way to start a campaign. Again, not my preferred way of playing D&D. But for a produced show like Critical Role that isn't just sort of like a natural homemade D&D campaign that you're playing, great way of doing it. Super intriguing, super compelling. See, Yuna's still mad. She has borks. She has words for whatever's on the other side of that front door. With Laura Bailey doing the crossover campaign, they did... Wait, where? Daniel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Bro, I've been live in so long, I was like, wait, what's that alert? I had to remember what the sound was. Get me crying with 1 minute of a character being introduced. Bro, bring up Laura Bailey's chat logs in my stream. Hold on. / user. Ten messages. Last sent 2021. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Any day that I'm sad, any day, anytime, I'll just refer back to this right here. Oh shit, yo, Daniel, thank you for the raid as well. Goddamn, dude. Oh, fuck, man. I appreciate that. Hello, welcome in. Fantasy artist currently working for Magic the Gathering streaming art. Dude. Yo, wait, hold on. What are you working on today? Bro, I appreciate it. Oh my god, dude. That's so cool. Wait. I feel like I recognize your art. What the hell? I think I follow you on ArtStation, actually. That's hilarious. I'm pretty sure... Wait, is it ArtStation? I think I follow you somewhere. That's rad, dude. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the raid. Guys, if you want to go see what a real artist is doing, hit that shoutout link and go follow Daniel there. Damn, bro. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, friends. Welcome into the stream. Appreciate y'all. Hope stream went well. I see you're all painting or whatever real artists do. I'm just doing some light sketching today, man, but it's an honor to have you guys. Just found you on Twitch, had to raid? Dude, I'm honored. I'm seriously honored. It means the world. Well, welcome in. Bro, that's so sick. I'm like positive I follow you somewhere. I think it's on ArtStation or somewhere like that. I recognized your work the second I saw it on your Twitch page. So, super honored. You caught me on a Critical Role fan art day. Normally I'm doing a lot of like concept work and stuff for my own project, but you know what? This week I've been out of streaming for a little while, so I was like, we're gonna get back to streaming and back to it all with a little bit of light character sketching for the new Critical Role campaign. So, welcome in, man. Welcome in, everybody. I mean it, guys. Go hit that shoutout link and go drop a follow on Twitch. Go say what's up. Wait, do I follow you on Instagram? Is that where it is? Hold on. Maybe Instagram. Is that where it is? Because I 100% recognize your work. Dude. Look at how sick this shit is, bro. Dude, when I grow up, I want to be a real painter, too. When I grow up, I want to be a real painter like this, okay? One day. One day. Yeah. Yeah, I recognize his work. That's so fucking sick. Oh, Ghostfire. Oh, fuck, dude. That's so cool, man. All right. All right. Count me in the Twitch crowd then with you. That's fucking sick, dude. Honored to have you in here. Wait, I gotta talk and draw. I can't keep yapping and not making the thing. Stop making the thing. Damn it. Real painters do traditional. One day I'll do it too. Yeah, dude. I don't know if you're familiar with Greg Rutowski. I've been following along Greg Rutowski's inspirational move back to oil, and I'm like seriously contemplating it. I started doing my first like traditional kind of like fine art prints, of digital work, but there's just something I keep feeling the call to go back to oil. You know, I gotta find the space for it, right? Because like holding a tablet's enough space on your desk. I don't know where in this room I would put up a canvas. But when I see like progress of like a lot of the artists that I sort of look up to as painters, and I see them all going back to traditional, it just makes me, it pulls that craving deep inside of my soul. The desire to have physical paint on canvas, you know? I agree in fine arts, but haven't painted traditionally in a while. Yeah, I mean, so my art school education was mostly classical painting, and then the last sort of year of it, you transition to whatever you want to do for your portfolio, and so it's all digital because I went the concept route as opposed to the illustration route. But so it's been like 10 years plus that I've like made like an actual big traditional like oil painting. But I'm telling you, dude, I just feel the pull. I feel it. Imagine use a real brush. Dude, I don't even have like I have my oils still. That's the thing about oil is that I have like, you know, $1,000 worth of oil paint just sitting in my closet, and it's still all good, right? Except for the titanium white that exploded. I just don't have brushes for it, and I don't have canvas. I don't have space. I don't have a lot of the supplies, but I want to get back to it. I want to make like real paintings, you know? I want to make real art. Alright, I think we need to fill layers here for our veil. To contrast our little... Oh, what the hell? What layer is this on? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I really forgot that I was posting. Okay, yep. Laura Bailey. Okay, she could be forever on this line with Claire, okay? Alright. Sick. It's like, what the fuck is this extra layer just doing here? Oh, yeah. Me still living in that one day Laura Bailey was in my chat, because one of my players worked with her. Phil, let's do something aggressive here, like a 70%. Change it if it's too heavy later. Let's change it if it's too heavy.
Isaiah_Fox gifted a tier 1 sub to Danielle Correa.
Yo, dude.
They have given 42 gift subs in the chat.
Azalea, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm honored. Gotta go make dinner. Have a great stream. Bye, everyone. We'll stop by again soon. Dude, likewise. I will 100% stop by and learn how to paint from a real painter like you. So, no, thank you so much for the raid, man. It really, you made my day. I'm honored. That's so cool. Like an artist that I follow and look up to finds me randomly on Twitch, and I'm a little stun locked by it. So that's amazing. Go have a great dinner, a great rest of your day. And I'll catch you later, dude. Thanks again for the sub, Azalea. I appreciate that. Titanium White's the real hero of oil painting. It actually is. You'd imagine me going in my oil painting era. Imagine being commissioned by a Baroque patron to just paint fresco on their walls of dragons all day while they lounge and observe you. Dude, that's the dream, isn't it? To paint fresco for a Baroque patron that lounges. I have to get good first, so. I'm gonna sit here pretend like I know anatomy, just aimlessly attempting to sketch one of my old D&D characters. Well, you need help with anatomy, I got you, but good luck. Good luck. Hope it goes well. Enjoy your D&D character sketching. Yeah, Veil helps. Having this helps. My intuition was correct for once. Very rarely I'll do something that I'm like, That was a good choice, Evan. Good job. Again, I'm still in kind of in crayon mode, so... Can't find any good resources? Alright, let me give you a quick just before you go. So, I'm gonna help you try and identify the best resource. So, if you are struggling with anatomy, okay, here's what we're gonna here's the base, because I was helping Minnie and Alf with this. Here's what we're gonna do to figure out exactly what resource to go use. So there's 3 components for anatomy. You probably heard me talk about this before. And I'm gonna teach you about which one that I think is the best to resource to go look at for this. So anatomy is what people talk about with anatomy. What they usually mean by anatomy, they're usually talking about drawing figure. Okay, and figure has 3 components. And you've heard me say this before: gesture, perspective, and actual anatomy. So, if you're drawing a character and you are struggling to draw a figure, this is really cool. You need to identify which one of these things is giving you a problem. So, if you don't know what the fuck you're drawing, you don't know how hand work, you don't know where arm connect to face, you don't know which side of ass is the knee on, then you need to study anatomy. And studying anatomy is basic studying. The most basic of studying. And it's very boring. Basic, we're going to do air quotes study. And study is find thing that you don't understand. Find picture. We're going to say reference. Draw. So this is, I don't understand how the character's arm is gonna work. So what we need to do is we need to figure out, how do I arm? Evan, oh no, the character's arm, they're supposed to be holding a lightsaber, but I don't understand how to arm, because I don't know which side of the eye to put the big toe on. What you're going to do is you're going to find the most boring anatomy book out there, and you're going to figure out where all the different pieces of anatomy go. You're going to figure out where the forearm connects and how it connects into the muscles of the upper part of the arm, which then connects into the shoulder, and you're going to find breakdowns of your academic anatomy. So you're going to break things down to muscles and see how the bicep moves, how the tricep wraps around the back, how the deltoid, the different heads of the deltoid form shapes and how they contract and pull on each other. This is the easiest to do, the most basic, and the least fun. But if you don't understand what makes up the components of any sort of physical anatomy, if you're just like looking at it and you're like, I don't know how arms because I draw anime all day and I never learned anatomy, then what you need to do is you need to go see those academic resources. So you just want to find any academic anatomy. So how you're going to study this is you're going to study with academic resources. Now, if you're like, yeah, Evan, I know how the anatomy works. I can draw, Evan, if you ask me to draw a hand in plain perspective, I know sort of the basic shapes of it, and I understand the kind of the way that it kind of like comes together, and I understand the different, like the knuckles and joints and whatever, and I can draw the different sort of shapes of it, and I understand how to hand. What I don't know, Evan, is I don't know how hand hold lightsaber. Okay, well then what our problem is not anatomy, because we know how hand works. You can draw a hand in plane perspective. If you can draw a hand in plane perspective, and then you can draw the hand in the side view, and you can draw a hand in the reverse view, and you can flip the hand around properly, and you can keep flipping it around, and you can flip it around in 3/4 view and whatever, you know, and you can do all that kind of shit. Then you need to understand perspective, and the way you need to figure out how to hand is you need to think about the hand by breaking it down into all the various different shapes and understanding how cylinders and spheres and various boxes and shapes and things like that all go together, and how, you know, the fingers fing together, and how the handers hand together. And oh my god, we don't know perspective. Okay, so how do you study this shit? You will study this with the resource of Drawbox. One of the best fundamental tools for understanding perspective, and it will get you to draw geometric shapes and breaking everything down and seeing the entire world as geometric shapes. So when you see a hand, an arm, whatever it is, you're understanding the geometric shapes and perspectives that go into drawing this thing in perspective so that you can properly articulate your hand moving in space. It's very boring, but you can do it. Now, if you understand how hand works and how hand hands and how hand moves in space, but your hand looks lame, then you need to study gesture. Gesture is the study of how to make things move and how to make them look dynamic. And gesture, the way to study that is with gesture drawings. And gesture drawings are between 15-second and maybe, let's just say, 30-minute sketches. And so this is kind of the end game. Once you understand how hand hands and then how perspectives, then your art's just kind of stiff. Then you can go to gesture. But most people I think don't. How to study this becomes apparent later. So the first thing I think is important for trying to figure out how your anatomy issues are to be solved is understanding, do you actually know what's going on? When you see people draw an arm, and they draw an arm sort of in this Trogdor-like fashion here, and you're like, that's not an arm, Evan. What's going on here? Well, there's like a deltoid muscle in here, and then you understand how the tricep muscle works. You understand how the bicep. You understand how the brachioradialis wraps around shit, and how the bone kind of sticks out and whatever. And you can kind of begin to reshape and kind of invest your time and understand exactly how muscle groups work and how to arm instead of the big burly Trogdor arm that we're all used to. You can understand how the arm works as opposed to guessing. And so, if you're looking for a good resource, you can find them everywhere. The problem that I find most people have with understanding stuff is not if there's good resources, it is being humble enough to go use the resources that seem too basic for you, and being able to go down that path. So we got to figure out if it's an issue if you don't know what you're drawing, or you are trying to draw something without understanding how it's supposed to move in space. Either one of those are very easy to fix. It's just kind of boring. But I certainly felt lost when I was trying to learn it. And I think that it's the easiest thing in the world, or so it's the most simple thing in the world to actually figure out. It just requires the investment of time and a little bit of humility. That's my TED Talk TLDR on how to think of getting better and improving at figure. Only because I literally had this discussion with Minnie and Alf this week. This last week. Wait, this week? Last week? I don't know. You go into anatomy, you draw so much that you get heavily injured, so you have to learn about anatomy by understanding your doctor. If the better way to do it is if you want to understand anatomy, go get jacked. Go start lifting weights. So you're like, oh, look at that. Oh shit, understand how when the arm flexes, this tricep's gonna
compress, and then like as the sword arm moves, look at this muscle kind of coming up here. Just all great artists have two things in common: one, tattoos, and two, they're jacked. Every great artist out there, if you go to a game studio where the best art painters of our generation are just quietly under NDA doing projects, one, they're all jacked, two, they all have tattoos. No exceptions. I said this to a group of artists at the Edmonton Expo. I was like, yeah, man, I gotta get some tattoos to make it so I become a real artist. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, you know, every real artist is jacked and has tattoos. They're all just like, well, I don't have any tattoos. What? Not a single one of them got the joke. Actually, sorry, one of them got the joke. The others got self-conscious. And people wonder why I'm not a real artist. It's because I'm still too fat, bro. Dude, I lost 100 pounds and I'm still too fat to be a real artist. I gotta get jacked and get some tattoos, man. And then you're a real artist. Unironically, the best thing you can do for your ergonomics and longevity as an artist is to go lift weights. Like funnily enough, but unironically, if you're very serious about your art career and you want to give yourself the best chance of succeeding possible over a long-term art career, you need to start going to the gym. It's not even funny. Like the first time you injure yourself, whether it's your back, forearm, hand, whatever it is, shoulder, you'll find that there's an exercise to help strengthen that muscle and fix the problem. Funnily enough, me focusing on going to the gym for large muscle groups meant that the physio I'm currently doing is for small muscle groups. It's like the physio I'm doing is like very small, like arm motions and curls to try and support and strengthen the stabilizers in the outside of my hand. It's so funny. But even if you try your best, you're still going to run into some physical problems at some point in time as an artist. But not if you have tattoos and are jacked. Then you'll run into no problems, and you'll make 73% more. That's right. Dave Greco, tattoo sleeve. Keiko Kotaki, tattoos. I actually don't know that. Jamie Jones, tattoos. I also don't know that. Greg Rutowski, probably tattoos, even though you can't see any. I'm just guessing here at this point. So, you know. You G-pose in 14 all the time and using that in my own body for those positions, figure crap out, but that's a video game, but I don't have muscles. Yeah, that's the problem, is that you're trying, when you're trying to figure out something like when you use an anatomy reference and you go and find like anatomy references of people doing like crazy poses, you know, and they're like in perspective and whatever. And you're trying to like figure all this shit out, and you're trying to like identify how to do this like pose for yourself. You're trying to enter in too much information to your brain at once. You need to break it down to smaller blocks. You need to break it down to what you're drawing and how to move it in space. And and it's so unbelievably easy that you feel like you're not doing anything by studying it properly. But trust, bro, trust. It is worth it. Breaking your art down and working like you're a high school level art student is the best way to study fundamentals, I think. Having the humility to study, to actually learn. That's something that was said to me once that I stuck with for a long time. Have enough humility to actually learn what you're doing. I was like, what? Like, yeah, your ego is the thing that's telling you that you shouldn't. You're like, I'm not arrogant about it. It's like, no, but your mind is. Your mind isn't even considering going back to the like most basic of basic fundamentals. I'm like, yeah, because I'm like kind of ahead of that, right? I've kind of like done that. And they're like, that's your ego right there. I was like, oh fuck. Oh shit, you got me in real time. You got me in real time, dog. I saw that happen in slow motion. But it's true. And also something like Final Fantasy XIV G-pose, you never ever study a stylization. Oh my god, Silesian, how long have you fucking been here, bro? So my stream elements is so my OBS is so broken. I don't even have my YouTube chat window anymore. I gotta like actually look at my other monitor. Jesus Christ, it's good to see you, Silesian. Though I'm sorry if I've just been fucking. Arrow, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Want to see how things have been? You were struggling with your wrist, but also had a bunch of stuff you were determined to do. Something kept you away. Yeah, I had a big family emergency that I had to have been. It's been very taxing and very annoying and whatever. So I've been absent, trying to keep. The problem is, as you grow up and you become the more reliable family member, and you have to like be an adult about shit and whatever. It's one of those weird life responsibility things. So I had to take some time off to handle some stuff and health and whatnot for people and all that. So I've been away for the probably some of the most stressful weeks of my life, but I am back and I'm good and I'm ready and I missed you all and I'm ready to go. So I see animatics people drawing those grid on the floor. I don't understand what the fuck is going on. That's for perspective, but I also can't brain good with that. Yeah, a lot of the perspective tools that people use for however like it makes sense to them are guide points for them, and they're not great things to like learn. So if you see somebody proficient at perspective making a grid for themselves, it's usually in a way that they understand themselves. Like when you watch someone drawing a face or whatever, they might draw like 4 lines and you're like, okay, so I started drawing faces by that, but really that's because their brain is able to fill in details and gaps and whatever. Like for me, anchor points in the face that I do when I'm first constructing a face, I will draw sort of a planar mask, so I know the general directionality that the plane is going in. But from that point, I'll use kind of the center line, and knowing full well that like the chin kind of deviates, the cheekbone kind of like changes, all of the whole thing. Knowing all this, like this wouldn't work for anybody but me. Because for me, it's like I have to understand how the face kind of is like created or whatever, formed. So that's why you see a lot of the similarities in my characters. Like when I'm starting a face, I'll start off with a 3D shape of like the diamond nose that goes up to like almost the bridge, or like past the bridge almost to the what's that called? You know what I mean? And then I don't draw like circles for eye sockets and whatever. I'll draw the general kind of like the ridge of the brow and make this shape out of it. That's the way I'll sort of then form how the eyes are kind of constructed. And then I'll usually think about your cheekbone and whatnot to like so like all these measurements that I do for my personal kind of like perspectives and placements or whatever, this wouldn't work for anybody but me. So following the method that I use wouldn't work for you, because my brain's filling in details and gaps in the way that's like useful for my brain, that like leaves out a lot of like existing, like the way I draw Mouse, I'll always think about the 2 like sort of dimples for the corners, and then for me I can like sort of fill that in. You know what I mean? And it wouldn't work for you seeing the way that I do it or whatever. Right? And I don't usually do this kind of stuff on stream, because I usually like to like kind of get it to a certain point and then I walk away from it for a while, so that I kind of know I can kind of come back to a face that's like a little bit more finished than this a couple hours later and be like, oh my god, I didn't even draw the nose. Oh my god, holy shit, I need to draw. Oh boy, wow, I'm so bad at art, you know? You know what I mean? It's like it's hard to teach, because you'll see somebody doing something and they won't necessarily be, you'll miss part of the pie of how they kind of like formed whatever shapes they were forming. Like a lot of the characters that I do will still have a highlight on their nose, because the way I think about noses is I think about like as a 3D shape. Right? And then your kind of your septum, whatever, comes out here. Your nostrils sort of build from there, and then you kind of build 2 different shapes with your nose. You sort of build the bulb of the nose, the nostrils as a 3D object, and then you kind of build the eyebrow into it as well. So that's why I keep a lot of time that highlight on the bulb, because for me it's a good center point of grounding. It's really hard to understand how to do it if you didn't learn all the same kind of like background information that artist has. So watching somebody do something very quickly is not a great way of learning how to do something, I think. Ordered fried chicken tenders? What the fuck? Bro, why doesn't my work ever order free fried chicken tenders, Sabine? God, you guys all complain about being in big corporate companies, but it sounds kind of preferable. I never get surprised with a pizza party to boost employee morale. I should do that, though. Like, people do those white circles, no wonder my nose always looked weird adding that. Yeah, because, like, I'm just... You have to understand what you're drawing, and then the way to take shortcuts will be unique to you and you alone. And so when you watch somebody else create a face and they're using shortcuts, it's not always useful, I don't think, to try and mimic their strategy. Nose are hard for me. A lot of nose types seem to lack hard to find shapes at most angles. Yeah, I think simplifying them into harder shapes, Silesian, is the better way to learn them, and understanding how to simplify them into harder lines. A great artist that does this really well is Silessa. She does really good portraiture, and I always find the way that she like tackles the nose to be very intuitive. And she thinks about them as sort of like hard box shapes. It's kind of like, you might have been in an art class at some point in time, and they say never use like curved lines. If you're trying to draw things, always use sort of like curved straight lines. The reason why is because it's an easier way for your brain to kind of break down shapes. Right? And so you can kind of like try and figure out how to kind of create the planes of a nose with these kind of hard shapes or whatever. But again, all those measurements, those tools that you use to sort of simplify the process, they're all going to be unique to you. As opposed to being something that you can share with the world and be like, here's how to nose. And then you can figure out in those basic shapes sort of like how to reorient the planes to create different nose shapes, as well as like ages, gender, ethnicity. All that stuff changes things like nose, eyes, ears. A lot of us, when we think of different ethnicities, we think of eyes, but ears, nose, like measurements on a character, age, even things like more masculine characters will usually have more defined noses, because the process of, and I don't know the exact science of it, but the process of growing a nose is affected by testosterone. And so if you have somebody who's like, you see these like athletes that are like, all these like Giga Chad athletes that have these like big, huge, like, 45-year-old manly noses at like 26. And then you have like gamers like me with fucking cute little button like whatevers, just looking like they're 15, and understanding like how to kind of like work with anatomy to describe your character is really difficult, and learning all these rules and whatever. Or like everyone knows the one about ears. Your ears like consistently grow, your ears and your nose typically, but your ears are a good one. So like if you're drawing an older character, you draw them with bigger ears, because that's just a thing that happens as you age. I don't know, man. There's like a lot to learn about it. It's tough to condense. The other favorite way to shape thing, I make crosses and triangles when I paint. 100%, yeah. And like guides for things. Like if you start a figure, where do you start your figure? If I'm thinking about a figure, I usually start somewhere around the rib cage, like drawing the basic sort of like rib cage, and then the muscle or the pinching of the silhouette that you draw the armpit for some reason is a place that I always like think about anchoring a character, because understanding like that part of a character, to me, understanding their rib cage and the direction it's in helps me frame everything around it. And so I'm thinking about how to construct sort of a our Giga Chad Adonis here. We will all start in different spaces to think about anchoring our character in a different way. Remember I talk about how I like to have this like kind of almost like a mask plane to understand the plane of the face. We'll all like measure and anchor our characters in different ways. And it's really not a great way to, or not a great thing to like try and see one person do it and assume that's the right way to do it. Because that's what makes sense to me, but won't make sense to you. So I could, for instance, I could draw a couple of lines and understand sort of like what I'm kind of getting at and the kind of like character that I'm drawing, and it'll like be able to like fill in the whole thing a lot easier than somebody else starting a character from a different place. But yeah, sorry. It's all good, Slesion. I'm back. I'm ready. I'm just I'm just tired. I had to get some time to like chill and veg a little bit. You know, like I wasn't doing much work or streaming or anything. I actually like watch some stuff. One thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to let my mind rest a lot more. I'm trying to sort of detox is the current like beloved word for it, but I don't think it's the correct word. But I'm trying to sort of like untrain my brain from stimulation. Trying to be like more okay just like sitting and watching things or like doing like very little. So I committed to sit down and watch some stuff with Ella that we've been wanting to watch. So like Andor and Skeleton Crew and a couple of other things. I think it's good for me to take some time like that. But I'm ready now to get back at it and to work really hard. Which I think really good. I really liked the Star Wars shows that we watched. What else did we watch? Contemplated watching, finishing or going through Rings of Power, but I just can't do it. That show's fucking heart garbage trash. For me anyway. I know lots of people like it. Watch the new Critical Role. Obviously, I'm doing some Valus art. No shit, right? What else, man? I don't know. I think I'm gonna try and take some time every single weekend to like play a video game, watch a thing, like kind of bring a movie night back into the picture or whatever. I don't know. I don't know, man. The good helps animators keep track of perspective, like where the ground is. If you see squares, you know it's a top view look. Yeah, depending on like the application of the grid. For character design, I don't know why they'd be doing that, but for actual like animation work, like it's pretty obvious when you're looking at storyboard, 100%. But the thing is, a lot of people learn how to draw based on animation. Like the one of the biggest issues with the self-taught community is when you're not taking a classical or formal route to learning art, you're learning based on a stylization or a method. So understanding, like when I see, for instance, people who ask for like D&D characters, and they'll have like a D&D character, and you have your D&D character, right? And you got your little D&D character sword. And then what I'll see is you'll see the little like blocks of color down the side. This is because somebody saw character design for animation and thought that was the default of how to make a character design. Like when you're doing like the idea of a character ref sheet and you have like expressions and whatnot, I always find this a little bit silly. Like, it's fine people like this. They like the look of it. They like the aesthetic of an animation reference sheet not used for animation projects. But the thing is, people will think that this is like standard character design. It's kind of like when you learn, like for concept art, if you're thinking about something that it's going to a 3D modeler, you would think about doing your character from, you know, side pose, and then you have their arms sort of disconnected, right, from top down. And you wouldn't do this because this is kind of like concept, and this is like for animation and whatever else. Or if you have your character like doing some cool poses and they're casting fucking lightning boulder over their head or whatever. This is more like Splash. And so people don't often understand what they're drawing or what they're like, why they're doing certain things. They'll learn how to draw. And we see this a lot because a lot of people who are currently, like, let's just say in the kind of Gen Z, age group that are getting into art, if they're not going through art school and they're sort of learning themselves and they're using like YouTube Academy, which by the way is great, they will do things. They won't ask why there'll be the color palettes here. They'll just do it. They won't ask why there'll be expressions. They'll just do it. And so it becomes the norm. And so that when you don't do it, you're like, the people are like, oh, are you going to do expressions? And I'm like, why do you need expressions? They're like, well, so, cause like you're supposed to have expressions. And you're like, are you animating this? They're like, no. And you're like, oh, then you don't need a standardized set of reference expressions. Like, what the fuck? So I always think it's pretty funny. Well, or they'll do things like perspective grids for animation or storyboard for something that's supposed to be a concept piece. It's so funny, man. Like, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. It's just it's a little funny to see, you know? What, Roar the Rohirrim? Didn't watch that yet. I know it's on the list, though, I think. So, the same with the past year has been struggling with liking my own art, finding my art style, just generally being happy with it when I draw. So I started looking at stuff like point perspective. Interesting. Is that Frostic? Is that Zelda? No, it's a fan art for Critical Role. I'm getting back into the streaming vibe for myself. So we're doing week 2. Week 1 was Tyranny, and week 2 is a character named Valus. So I don't think that I would ever, well, ever is a strong statement, but I have almost no desire to touch anything Nintendo IP for fan art. Like, doing fan art itself is illegal, technically. Like, legally doing fan art is whatever. Most companies set precedent for you to do fan art by like permitting it and encouraging it. But Nintendo's one of the weird ones that, like, even if you aren't selling fan art of an IP, they could still like give you flack or whatever. And because I work in and around and in the periphery of the industry sometimes, like, there's very few projects that I'll actually do like fan art for. Nintendo's something that I just won't touch almost like ever, typically. Even if I want to do fan art for something, which I don't have anything like Nintendo wise that I desperately want to do fan art for right now, I probably wouldn't do it. Not worth the hassle for me. Not worth the struggle and the pain and the potential fucking apocalypse that comes out from that. My memory's long enough to remember the Nintendo program from YouTube or whatever it was. Play a merfolk with the seaweed mask. Dude, I'm just sitting here dreading drawing the chainmail. I don't know how to do the texture for it with this. I might try and like a repeating kind of brush thing that I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm leaving it to future Evan. He's really smart. He'll figure out exactly what to do here. Me, I am full of shit and I don't know what I'm doing in life, so I'm not enthused with my ability to figure it out, but future Evan will definitely figure it out for us, Sabine. Don't show Nintendo my Instagram account? Yeah, I mean, like, it's the kind of thing where, like, doing fan art or even selling fan art's probably fine. You're probably completely fine. 90% sure you're fine. But I always want to be the voice of, like, reminder that there is still a risk to selling fan art. And even within that risk of selling fan art, which isn't high at all, there still exists. It's so funny that, like, Nintendo I just won't even touch whatsoever, even with like my own original fan art that I'm not selling. They've demonstrated that there is no amount of pettiness that they will not cross, so I ain't messing with them. I ain't messing around with them, man. Nope. Keep me out of that shit. What I even want to do for Nintendo art? Zelda, like Legend of Zelda will be high up there on the list of things I'd want to do for Nintendo IP fan art. Weirdly enough, if there is an IP, a Nintendo IP that I'd want to do fan art for, it's actually probably Pokemon. I kind of want to do like sketch, almost like Monster Manual, like kind of Pokemon entries, you know? Like not like that kind of like weird, like realistic kind of Pokemon with like more textures and stuff, but just like imagine Pokemon like in my style. This is clearly snobby ghastly. Handsome ghastly with the Squidward chin. But you know what I mean. I've contemplated it, alright? I should always make your characters intricate on purpose, I swear. I mean, just the texture. I was kind of thinking that, like, not a lot of the character designs really, like, dude, I kind of wanted to do a project that'd be, I don't think the critical, like, it'd be fun for me, but I don't think the Critical Role fans would like it, where I do my own idea, like, my own designs of a character based on what their description is. But obviously, like, if you don't do the Critical Role fan art in the way that people sort of, like, if you try and reimagine it in your own way, people, like, get mad at you, because they're like, oh, you're just trying to, like, use the Critical Role name, like, how dare you think you know better than X artist and Y player and whatever. I've seen people get in heat for that before, so I wouldn't try that. But that'd be the most fun thing that I'd want to do, is, like, watch campaign episode 1 without ever seeing any of the art, and then do my own interpretation of each character's, you know? Like, I don't think Ashley described her bangs or hair kind of tucked in, but, like, I would have done something different, you know? And it would have been a fun little design project, but I wouldn't dare cross the critters. They are a fan base that's rabid and has very little chill. I like a great deal of them, but I also know that they're very temperamental, or there's a large contingency of them that are very temperamental. And I think those ones are kind of even, like, maybe on the outs, because I think most Critical Role fans are, like, they don't like that large contingency either, but whether it's endorsed or not officially by the critterdom, they still exist. You know? A little bit bad for the artists in the VTuber sphere after certain companies crash and burn, having to rid themselves of product. Yeah. Yep. I wish that somebody would actually commission a drawing of a goblin character with comically huge ears. I wish you'd do that, but my bank doesn't like my international transactions, and due to my family and college situation, damn, bro. Sure, you can find somebody to draw a goblin for you. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I want to see more art of different fantasy stuff as well. Never listen to fans of anything about anything. True, but the problem is sometimes it's an evaluation of, is the headache worth it, you know? Is the headache worth it? Like, I got people, I don't, if you look at, like, the comments on the TikTok, I think it was TikTok or YouTube. Now that I say it out loud, it's probably YouTube. But in the piece that I did a while ago, where I drew Shadowheart as a paladin, because in my campaign I made Shadowheart a paladin. I don't remember where it was, but it was either TikTok or YouTube. I got heat on this first video. You could probably go into the, actually, if it's on YouTube, it won't show it, because YouTube auto hides comments that are kind of nasty. TikTok doesn't really. You have to say something heinous for TikTok to, like, hide your comment. But if you're even a little mean on YouTube, it'll hide your comment and then you'll have to get approved. So, like, the comments you see on certain videos on YouTube and I see on videos on YouTube are very different. But I think it was YouTube, this one got a lot of shit from people who were, like, mad that I drew Shadowheart as something other than a cleric. You know? Samuel, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome in. You know what I mean? So, like, is it worth the heat? I don't know. That's Baldur's Gate fans, and they're pretty chill, I think. I don't know. The critters can get a little zealous, I think. I'd want to be very careful not to poke that bear unless I was willing to deal with the kind of the fallout from it. And sometimes it's just not worth the effort. I think redesigns are one of those times. Is it comfortable drawing a big digital canvas? Yeah, I mean, so if you're doing sketch line work like this, like what I'm doing right now, I think this tablet size doesn't really matter. But the more painting, like painterly you're working, the better it is to have a large canvas and a large tablet. Like this is not the biggest one they make. This is a 24-inch, and it's about this big. They make a bigger one. They make a 27. They used to make a 32. And it's important to have a big canvas for actual painting. Ooh, what the fuck? Uh-oh. One sec, let me fix this. It's better to have a bigger tablet for painting. Excuse me? The arm got stuck. There we go. Whoops. There we go. All right. Disaster averted. Anyway, sorry. It's better to have a bigger tablet for painting, because when you are painting, you are supposed to use large, like you do different motions and different movements from different parts of your arm. So proper painting technique is you're supposed to be farther away from your canvas, arm extended, brush out, right? Like you're not drawing on the canvas. You're not like drawing like this. You're like stretched out, and you want a larger surface so you can see more of the canvas. You can make larger brush strokes across the canvas with larger. It's kind of like for like FPS games, you want a slower, like lower DPI mouse, or no, wait, sorry, what is it? I don't know, lower whatever mouse, and a larger surface to move across, because your dexterity improves for like precision. The same thing's true with painting. So you want a larger surface to paint on. So I wouldn't paint on anything smaller than a 24. I think if you're painting on a 16, you're probably, probably struggling a little bit. But then again, people do it, so like whatever, man. I guess we adapt to it. But no, it's very comfortable drawing and painting on a large canvas. I like it quite a bit. I wouldn't downgrade. I'd rather, like, if I had to downgrade as far as like my setup goes, I'd rather downgrade to an Intuos tablet than a smaller display tablet. I'd rather have a large Intuos than a small. Like, what's the largest Intuos they make? Hold on, I'm actually curious. They might not make the big ones anymore. The largest Intuos tablet they make is not that big anymore, huh? It is 14 inches by 10 inches. Yeah, that seems really small, man. I guess a 16-inch Wacom would be preferable. They used to make like a 18-inch Intuos Pro or whatever. That's what I'd downgrade to if I had to downgrade to sort of less or less pretentiously expensive fucking art tech. Overall, I think it's better to have a large working space if you're painting. This is me with my Intuos 4 medium 4x8-ish. Well, time to upgrade, say. Let's go, dude. So big, literally a thick monitor? More or less, yeah. More or less. Like when I'm painting or drawing, this tablet dominates my setup. When I'm writing or I'm gaming or using my computer elsewhere for other things, I'll slide this tablet over underneath the monitor to my left. But when it's art mode, that's all there is, dude. That is all that I have room for on my desk. Fortunately or unfortunately. Okay. So we'll work on the rest of this piece because I don't want to figure out the veil yet. And then, like I said, future me will handle it. It tables the screens, hand gets in the way, it pisses me off, so I'd rather have a monitor display. So what you can do also, a lot of artists that have the same issue, I guess, is they will off-center their pen slightly. If you really want to have, like, where you're physically drawing on the canvas, it'll draw like a couple of inches up and to the left or something. Now, obviously, that eliminates like your working space. It makes your whole working space a little bit smaller on your tablet because you can't go too far up or whatever. But that is a solution if you like it, but you just can't work on it because, yeah, it limits your space or whatever. There is things you can do about it, but there's nothing wrong with using a pen tablet instead of a display. A lot of like artists who have the means to do both will still choose to use a pen display. A lot of people think that the more expensive tablet is better in some ways, and I don't think that's true at all. More expensive, sure, in that I think Wacom tablets are the best in the market, and they're still worth that kind of money for me. You know, Huion and XP Pen are getting very good, and that's awesome, and I hope they continue to get better and put pressure on Wacom to make better products and less expensive products for me. But unfortunately, Wacom is still necessary for me. I can't move to an XP Pen or a Huion for a couple of reasons. The second monitor I forgot about, so I'm still here. Oh shit! Oh yeah, wait, you're supposed to be doing DD characters. Ah, damn it! Ah shit! You got a lot of good tips. Any tips that is, appreciate them a lot. Have to post my progress in the Discord later for some critique or something. Yeah, for sure. You know, absolutely. Absolutely. Dude, I'm trying to go into like figure out how to like do better resources for, I don't know, the self-taught adventure things that I've learned on it, you know. It's so distressing to be responsible for Mini and Alf right now because I'm so like afraid that I'll give them bad advice or whatever, or put them down the wrong. Like a bad art instructor can ruin you. It can do irreparable damage to your career and progress. People know what that's like too often. I'm so afraid to like make concrete like resources and to be authoritative with things on stream or whatever. I just don't want to give people bad advice. Maybe I'll get the courage to do it one day in a more official capacity. They give me a hand-me-down Huion that's bigger than the size of my hand, and I'd tell him I was getting $500 Wacom Medium instead for myself for Christmas. Oh. Hey, whatever tablet works is the one that you need. It's the one you need. That's okay. Can't mess with it too much. The mind wants what it wants. It knows. I'll try something I did for Stim's piece that it was kind of fun. These like blocked kind of like hatching things. Little like shapes to describe shadow. As opposed to doing it all freehand, you know? Not from time, but from like a nice uniformity standpoint, it like kind of slapped, actually. I was a fan of it. There's a hand-me-down he was offering because my Wacom Medium before and couldn't do Bluetooth anymore. Oof. Imagine having to plug your tablet in. Damn. Oof. I got the other desk deconstructed, the one I had when I was a teen rebuilt, even though it's garbage. You got a better art space now, say? Upgrading the studio? Let's go, dude. Awesome. I need to upgrade my studio space. Gotta get a bigger studio space. Holy, man. I gotta move. Where in Canada are houses affordable? Rural Saskatchewan. Got it. Okay, cool. I'm okay. Never mind. I'll make do. I'll make do. I've been to Saskatchewan now. I've seen where houses are obsessively expensive. I'm good. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll make it big as an artist. I'll become a real artist and be able to afford that Vancouver studio. Let's go, dude. Imagine living in the land of eternal rain. Imagine not needing a fucking Arctic expedition level parka for 6 months of the year. It's been snowing heavily here. Just, I'll have you all know winter has started for me and I'm not happy about it. I'm not pleased. Yep. Hey, cat. Go to the Cheshire Cat. If you don't know where you are, then how do you know where you will arrive? These tutorials, people have different paths. True. 100%. 100%. Yes, that's what the crown is, cat. Because you are the number 3 all-time stream chatter on YouTube for today. Got a bedroom and moved home to save money to help with my mom. Oh, cool. That's awesome, dude. That's dope. Bro, I wish. Rip the Sasquatch been there, and it was eaten alive by mosquitoes indoors. Saskatchewan is tough. It's tough. Look, they're hardy people out there. Okay, they're real nice. But I went to a couple places in Saskatchewan, a couple of different cities and towns, because Ella's family, a large portion of them are from Saskatchewan, and I was in one of the 2 major cities first, Saskatoon, and Saskatoon was worse than, it was more of a dump than Edmonton. And don't get me wrong, I love Edmonton and I love people in Edmonton, but the city's a dump because the industry is all just like, the nice thing about Calgary, which isn't even like, and I still live close to Calgary, but the nice thing about Calgary is that all the dumpiness is like relegated to certain parts of the city. So you just have like certain parts of the city that are kind of nice. Edmonton sucks. It sucks because like a lot of it, there's like a refinery here and this there and then a plant there. They just kind of like, it's all industry based. And I was like, man, Edmonton sucks. But then I'm in Saskatoon and I'm like, wow, I'm so sorry, Edmonton. This is a dump. Fucking Saskatoon, absolute dump hole. And I was like saying something about that at the restaurant or whatever, about how like, not that it's a dump, but like how it's our first time, as my first time in Saskatchewan. I've like never crossed the border. I've always made a meme about it of going west only. And the girl who's working at the restaurant was like, oh, well, I'm so glad your first experience in Saskatchewan was Saskatoon, because Regina, that place is a dump. And I was like, oh, God. It gets worse. How does it get worse? Oh, God. Okay. And then I went some other place in the province and found out it, in fact, does get worse. So, somehow... Like, I'll dog on the Edmonton City Council's decision-making process to do certain things. I'll dog on them because my brothers and sisters in Edmonton, y'all deserve better than just one fucking River Valley and a mall. Okay? Y'all deserve better. But, yeah, I have a hard time now ragging on anything they do there, or even that happens in Calgary or the surrounding area, or the town that I live in. Because I've seen the abyss. I've gazed into it. I know not of what I speak anymore. For true abyssal horror has befallen me before, so. I went to Vancouver for VCAD, what college advertising everywhere, but it's expensive and didn't have a scholarship. Oh, really? There was a master's program in Vancouver I was contemplating doing, but it never, like, I don't know. I wanted to like get after it and start the career instead of going into more student fucking debt. I went to school in Alberta. I stayed in Alberta for that. So Saskatchewan doesn't have shit traffic what Edmonton does. However many bridges and converging lanes with cement walls. Yeah, the like, I can't believe how much road construction there is. Like there's it's so funny. So Edmonton looks like this, and the mall's right here, and the convention center is right here. Okay, so Ella and I stay near the convention center, or like we stay on this half of the city because this half of the city is like pretty nice. So we have to drive across this one road called Yellowhead to get to the convention center. This road has been under traffic construction every single year. Ella and I have gone to GameCon or Edmonton Expo, and this will be our 4th year. So somehow this city has had one road under construction for more than 4 years. And I don't know what the fuck they're doing. But every time we go back, we're like, wonder where it's gonna be. Oh shit, man. Yep. Still under construction. Maybe it just gets so cold in Edmonton in the winter they just don't do it. They just say fuck it. They just put it on ice. Because that's the one thing different about like Edmonton and Calgary are both when you look at a map of Alberta, and Edmonton's like right here and Calgary's right here, right? It goes a lot further north, and then don't forget the entirety of the rest of Canada. So to say Edmonton is that farther north than like where I live down here is like a little bit wrong, but Edmonton's further north enough that they do get more harsh winters than like, you know, we don't have easy winters here, but Edmonton, it's worse. So maybe that's what it is. They just say fuck it. It starts snowing in fucking July, and they're like, all right, we're done. We're done for the year. Halt all progress. We've been working for the last 2 months. We're done. We're done. Yep. Twice is the same construction that's happening. It is the same construction that's happening every time. It's obscene. It's awful. I hate it. It is a twist. 2 hours away from Edmonton, was evacuated for fires a while back. Had to go to Edmonton for evac. Ooh, that's tough, dude. Yeah, them wildfires were nasty. Garbage. Oh. We need to move somewhere that doesn't get Chinooks, though, for Ella's headaches. We need to live somewhere that doesn't get Chinooks for poor Ella. Where that is, I don't know. What's up, Ian? Yep, I'm sorry I missed the last 3 weeks. I was having probably the most stressful 3 weeks of my life. But that is all... Well, it isn't all resolved. I'm just back. I'm back! It's good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Okay. Still looking at that veil, glancing at it. Completely uncertain as to what I'm going to do about it. The problem is I said I'd leave it for future Evan, but I am rapidly and chronically becoming future Evan, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do about it yet still. So, I don't know. I'm setting fires on purpose, or is it just really dry? Summer's been really dry. Some of it's arson, but we get wildfires all the time out here. Every summer there's like a 2-week period that the sky's just red. The sky's red and all the asthmatics stay home and play video games. Like, this is... Actually, I'll show you. Wildfire smoke Calgary. This is what the city looks like for... This is what the city looks like for a couple weeks every year in the summer. Right here. And this is what the city looks like for a couple days every year. The sky is yellow and you can look directly at the red sun. The smoke is that thick. like Actually, it's like some Argus shit from World of Warcraft. I'm telling you, man. We get wildfires every year like that. It's brutal. It's brutal, man. Y'all gotta stay indoors. Get that fucking AC going or whatever, you know? Yeah, Gamela knows. Yep. I worked during the wildfires, had to asthma attack because I couldn't breathe in the air. I had to go home and shove a fan in my face. Ugh. That's awful, dude. That's rough. And it'll get like that for our wildfires. It'll get like that for BC's wildfires. It'll get like that for California's wildfires. So usually the early season wildfires are from California. And then we catch up later on. Like, hey, I don't want to be left out. Guys, don't leave me out. I want a wildfire too. Having mountains is a double-edged sword. Double-edged sword, man. You live in the mountains, that's even more monka. You know? Good to see you, Minako. It has been a while. I've been missing for 3 weeks. I made an announcement in Discord, but I had to take a couple weeks off to deal with a little family emergency. So I've been gone. I've been disappeared. I've been vacant. Smoke bombed. Spirited away. What else? What else? Gotta cover the Edmonton for me, but still get the smog. Yeah. Yeah, dude. It's rough. Rough. Adar and Gunblade, what? You got a puppy? Congratulations. That's awesome, dude. What kind of puppy did you get? What brand of puppy did you purchase? There's only a couple brands that I'm not allergic to. Well, I own a Morkie. Because I'm only a little bit allergic to her. Ever so slightly. Has to be taxed for that, right? The puppy tax? Yeah, it's called buying health insurance for the first couple of years. Yuna's health insurance is still like $80 a month, and I pay it happily. When she had to get her teeth out, because small dogs, if you don't know, when small dogs spawn in, they don't know how to build teeth right, because apparently dogs, we didn't like when the server spawns in a dog, it doesn't spawn in a dog that's like 8 pounds. It spawns in a dog that's like pretty big. So when you mod a dog to be 8 pounds, apparently they don't know how to teeth properly. Lots of great advantages, but they don't know how to teeth properly. So a lot of small dogs need to have dental surgery, and Yuna had to have dental surgery, and that was like an $8,000 bill that we didn't have to pay because we had insurance. And all my friends and family that said, pet health insurance, you're crazy. They won't cover the spay or neuter. I'm like, yeah, but $8,000 dog mouth bill that I only just spent like $500 on or whatever. Bro, 10 out of 10 will get dog health insurance every time. Now that she's older, I might just like reduce it down and just start putting away money with it or whatever, but yeah, no, man. You want that. You want that good dog insurance. There's Barry's a golden Labrador retriever. That's awesome, dude. That's a lovely dog. Bear. That's exciting. I'm happy for you. Post pictures in Discord pet channel. Post puppy tax? Good. Consider your tax paid. Terms usually go so hard. I'm gonna start using spawning and modding. My mom's name on my phone is a spawn point. That's hilarious. I love that. Yep. Yeah, well, it's true. It checks out, doesn't it? It checks out. How far down do I want to go on our girl Valus here? probably not too far. We're gonna do the chain after, I think. Like the one going across her chest. We're gonna do it there. Remember to stretch? Oh, I haven't done my stretches, that's right, thank you. I can do my stretches, bro. My little wrist physios. I got a physio appointment tomorrow morning, actually. So, gotta see, give him an update. The stretch has been doing well, man. I don't think I'm gonna need any other more aggressive interventions, surgery, or anything like that. So, you know, that's pretty good, actually. The cat paw things. I gotta get a hammer, though, for one of them. A weight that I can, like, move in a very particular way. I said get a hammer. It's not like I don't want a hammer. It's just, it's in a toolbox. I don't really want a hammer sitting out all the time. So. Where's my band? Where's my band? Here it is. I gotta do them with resistance. Gotta do a couple of these mid-art, like, whatever day. I should just start. In the middle of drawing, I'm supposed to do these. You know, it's kind of dumb, but listen, man, it's gonna save me fucking $600 PRP injection in my elbow. I'll do that all day. Thor's hammer. Jeez. What was your art journey like? Where are you other unhappy with your art? How do you get past that? How do you find your own art style? And do you have anything you're striving for now? Dude, my art journey has been an absolute fucking mess. You know, I actually gave up on art for a number of years. There was about a 7 or 8 year period in my 20s that I didn't make a single piece of art. I got really stuck on the issue of not being where I wanted to. And that put me in the dirt for a long time. Put me in the dirt artistically. I was not okay. Like when I say that I understand and empathize with artists, the struggles of being an artist, like, oh my god, it's so personal for me. I was, by all accounts, down and out and given up. It wasn't where I wanted to be. Got sick, missed out on opportunities, spent early part of my 20s in hospitals. When I got out, I was like, oh, it's over. Oh, it's just over. Okay, cool. Got it. Some people get to be artists, not me. Okay, neat. Getting past that was one of the most difficult things I've ever done. Being able to try hard and start again and things like that. It's super difficult, you know? I think that for art, and I mean a lot of it creative endeavors in general, maybe endeavors in life in general as well, but honestly, it's not hard to do. It's not complicated, it's only difficult. We try and pretend like we don't understand what to do, and like we might not ever get where we're trying to go because we just like don't understand we don't understand what's required or the necessary, like, oh, I don't know what to do. How do you get good at art? But I think that the battle is not even that. The battle is can you win the mind game? Can you win the mind game and get where you want to be? Part of me streaming was me coming back and saying, I'm going to give it one last shot. I'm going to try one more time. And what ended up happening, because people who are newer to my stream don't know the story, what ended up happening is I started streaming because I was going to start, I was going to try and build a portfolio to get into the game studios that I wanted to get into. Be able to move down to the US, move to the places where I wanted to be, live in the places I wanted to live in, work at the studios I want to work in, and like really get my career going. And that was supposed to be the whole point of it, of me streaming was one day I was going to have my last stream where I was going to say, guys, I got accepted into whatever studio. I'm now working at, you know, here or there, and I'm moving, and thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll catch you never. Well, not exactly, but like things would change because I was going to try and hit that end goal of like becoming a real artist. And I didn't expect people to like give a shit about Eldara. And it was a project I always wanted to do as a thing. Like, eventually I wanted to put my time in, learn the ropes for concept art, become a concept artist, become a real artist, support myself on it, build a career, and then become, you know, a creative, doing my own thing. And I realized that there was so much support and so much love and so much encouragement from you guys that I could just do that. That I could just start it. And it would be hard, and it'd be very challenging, and it'd be, you know, have all the issues that comes with doing your own thing and being out on your own and the fear and whatnot. But I actually had like an opportunity to go get a job at a game studio, and I turned it down because I said, "Shit, I'm already living the dream." And the how is kind of arcane. The how is not necessarily a nice story, because I don't think that I am the what's the word? The mascot for how to be kind to yourself. Ella believing in me was a big portion of it. Having her not being willing to give up on me and my dream was a big portion of it. Having her behind me saying, you've sacrificed too much, we've sacrificed too much, you've given, you want this too desperately to give it up, helped me break out of that unhealthy kind of like loop quite a bit. Having someone supporting you and like saying that they believe in you and whatnot, and like backing it up is like big. But honestly, the how of sort of breaking that creative slump for me is, it's gonna sound lame and like podcast bro-y, but understanding how the mind works, learning how, like, why I was struggling with certain things, how life did that to me in some ways, and how I let it happen to myself was big. Understanding that everything that happened to me, whether it was my doing or not, or my fault or not, was still my responsibility to fix, was a big turning point for me. It might not have been my fault that I had, like, you know, fucking medical issues and was in hospitals and surgeries and whatever through my early 20s and shit like that, but sitting there wallowing in the pain of it and whatever was not productive, and I spent too much time there. And understanding why my brain did the things that it wanted, why my brain craved like being really good at World of Warcraft over actually trying at something that matters to me, was a big turning point. And removing a lot of the things in my life that were sort of like problems or issues or whatever. That was big. Most artists that I talk to that are struggling to like do whatever they need to do, there's usually something else there that's going on. There's almost always something else going on. Getting past that, figuring out what is the thing that you are being limited by, was like the big thing for me, the big turning point. Just believing in myself long enough to give it a shot again, you know? Realizing which wounds are self-inflicted is mind-breaking. Yeah, I mean, like, life can happen to you, but there's no excuse for anything. And it kind of sucks, right? Because it's like, you didn't ask to have whatever thing befall upon you. But like, the reason why I think the mindset of never making excuses, or never like taking ultimate accountability, everything is your fault, is like, that's really like, people are like, oh my god, that's so toxic, like you didn't ask for whatever this or that thing to happen, you know? But it's like, to me, it's more practical, because if I'm gonna sit there and complain that like X or Y thing happened, and just kind of bemoan it and throw my hand at the sky and curse the world for being so unfair, nobody cares, right? It's not like if I have like a $20,000 Visa bill and I call the bank, I'm like, oh guys, I got sick. Yeah, I got real sick. They're gonna be like, oh shoot, that sucks. Anyway, your $1,100 of interest is due on Monday. So like, mindset for me of not letting myself get into that habit of like, you know what I mean? Like cursing the world for being so unfair was super important for me to like get out of that kind of like self pity and shit like that. Because it's so hard though. It's so unbelievably and brutally painful to like say, I need to fix this problem, this insurmountable, unrealistic problem. Oh, it's been impossible, man. But I think that it's like, I kind of believe in I don't think that there's anything special about people who do things at a very high level. We think about like the artists out there that are performing at the highest level. I don't think there's anything special about them. I don't think talent really exists, to be honest. Not in the way that people think it does. Talent, I think, is a way to get somewhere faster and more efficiently, but it doesn't determine whether or not you can cross the bar or cross the line or jump over the bar. And it doesn't determine the height which you can reach when it comes to art. Like, you know what is the most toxic thing that I say that I think is the most true statement that I ever say on stream? Being good at art is a choice. It's entirely a choice. If you're not where you want to be as an artist, you've chosen poorly. And people hate when I say that. Because they're like, whoa, I didn't choose to be, you know, poor or whatever, and all these things. It's like, the problem is I realize that no matter what happened to me, there's somebody else that it happened to worse, and they still managed to get their shit together and do it. And it's productive, I think, to think of it as a choice, because it's a choice you can make. You can make proper choices to do the right things. Even those choices, like following through on those choices, can be unbelievably difficult. It's still a choice that you make to do something or not. A lot of people really think that I'm like talking down to them when I say that, but that's something that I realized for myself. And maybe it's not true, but like for me, being sick wasn't a choice. Not pursuing what I wanted to was. That makes sense? He reminds me of another streamers community I'm still part of. He stopped streaming for 3 years ago, focused on work and soon to become newborn. Got 2 kids now, the stream ended, but the community remained. A few of us D&D players together, others mods, streams together, we chat, and co-op games. That's awesome, dude. That's rad. That's really cool. Glad you had Sabine. Fear you struggle so much. Glad you found your way back. You're very talented. I'm glad Ella helped you through it. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, no, I mean, Ella's the entire reason that I... Like, dude, I've been to the darkest parts that you can get to with yourself as an artist. Oh, man. I've been there. Believe me. Without outside intervention from her, I don't know if I would, if I'd still, like, be trying this shit. You know? Absolutely. I owe Ella a lot. But that's not to say that that if you don't have somebody that's, like, a significant other that you can, like, count on, that you're, like, powerless to help yourself, I think. You know, trying to understand why I'm unable to focus, why I'm unmotivated, why I'm scared, why I don't want to do work, why it's hard for me to learn, why it's hard for me to do all this stuff. There's a reason for all of it if you ask enough questions. If you ask enough questions and you realize the behaviors that you're doing that are detrimental, I think anyone can fix any problem. Like, almost. There's, like, very few problems that you can't address or fix in life to, like, get your art back on the road and get your career going. And it's not complicated. People know what to do. Like for mentorship, I kind of think that mentorship is going to be challenging for me. And I'm not saying this is not based on Mini and Alf. I'm not saying this is anything based on what I'm doing with Mini and Alf. But mentorship's difficult, I think, because almost everyone knows what to do. I don't think anyone doesn't know what to do. Maybe they don't. Fair enough. But I think at a certain point, everyone knows what to do. And if you're still not doing it, that's the issue. How to get that through that, you know? And to me, I think that might be the like kind of direction or potential like thing with mentorship, with art mentorship, that I need to like really figure out and think about, is how to help somebody through something when they know exactly what they should be doing. They're just not doing it for whatever reason. Okay, let's figure out that reason. There's always fear or doubt or something in there in the back of your mind that's making it hard. And it's the kind of thing where it's like you can hopefully have another artist that's like further along in their process that have been through similar situations that can help you design a bespoke plan specifically for you to get through whatever it is you're struggling with. But I think that's like necessary, you know? That's like almost the entirety of art mentorship in some ways. Maybe some of it is direction. Definitely, like with Vinny and Alf, we're starting with direction. And we'll see. It's going well. But it's like everyone seems to relate to when I say wanting to do the right things, knowing what to do, but being unable to get myself to do them. A lot more people relate to that statement than I think I thought previously. I thought I was uniquely incapable and incompetent. It's like I know what to do. I want to do it. I'm just not doing it. Why? You know? Understanding that and how to break through with it is very, very challenging, man. It's almost impossible if you don't have... Because, like, the world's kind of, like, hostile to the modern human's mind. Like, brain rot's not just a meme, man, you know? Fucking dopamine, whatever, addiction. Oh, yeah. I think it's all real, man. Or so that self-doubt. You a lot happier now? Yeah, I hope so. I think so. You see anime shows, if they have 20 artists that can draw, say, ponies, does that make them less valuable? Oh, that's for something previous. Okay, I see. Being stuck on their own art style without understanding how to do the art is a bump in the road that makes it impossible to bypass. Yeah, that can like style or anything that avoids the fundamentals, I think, is definitely something that people can get stuck on, and I got stuck on it for a long time. Like the aggressive truth is that when it comes to art style, if you can't draw if you can't draw representationally, because I don't like the term realism. Like, realism is kind of a meme. It's kind of like when someone uses like made up words for colors. Like, tell me you don't know how color theory exists without telling me you don't know how color theory exists. When you're talking like when you're talking with like a designer to normie, you use made up color terms. But when you're talking designer to designer and you use a made up color term, I know you don't know color theory, right? Like, ooh, we're gonna use like a maroon. Like, what does that even mean? You know, that's such a wide spectrum. Don't fucking tell me maroon. Tell me like a cool desaturated dark red. Whatever. Realism is one of those things that's tough because what you're trying to really understand is how to draw representationally, right? You're trying to represent what you're seeing in one way or another. Downstream from that is style. You become more derivative. So you have the classical artists. And then down from that, maybe you have like, I don't know, the concept artists, the modern concept art style. And then down from that, even more derivative, you have, let's just say, like American comics. Down from that, you might have something like anime or Japanese comics. Down from that, you'll have like cartooning. Right? And the problem is people will enter into seeing like, they'll see this thing that they want to do. They'll watch Avatar, which is maybe like somewhere in between like American and Japanese comics, like American animation. and they'll see like Avatar and they'll be like, I want to draw like that forever. And so they'll try and learn and enter into understanding of how to draw things right here. But if you don't enter into it from the top and go down, you're never going to build a proper understanding of whatever it is. Right? You're never going to understand how to like how to derive an eye in different ways without knowing the construction, how to draw an actual eye. Right? So you need to understand what it is first, and then you can go downstream. And so the problem is a lot of artists that get stuck in style. They're like, ooh, I don't know what style to pursue. And they're trying to like waffle in around here and not really know what to do. When you learn this, you will fall down the derivative, you'll not fall. You'll travel down the derivative track to the place that you find the most efficient for the art that you want to make. Happens every time. And that's, I think, the only cure for stylistic problems is to stop worrying about the style and start worrying about how to actually draw things. The same thing's true for like painting. This is the one that I fell down more. For painting, the trap was tools. Right? And so on this layer, you have like Photoshop, you know, adjustment tools. You have like brushes. You have textures. But all of this is downstream from actual fundamentals like understanding light, color, form. You know, the stuff that you agree is like important that I should have thought about more that I didn't because I was worried about what brush to use. But the old adage goes, if you can't draw with the hard round brush, or if you can't paint with the hard round brush if you can't paint with the hard round brush, no opacity and no, well, I mean, like we're adding qualifiers in here, but basically if you can't paint with the hard round brush, you can't paint at all. You know, if you don't know how to like pick colors for things, if you don't know how to like create space and whatever and use complementing and vibrating colors and like warm and cool and whatever and all that kind of stuff, you can't paint with the hard round brush, you can't fucking paint. The same thing's true with style, I think. I think it's detrimental to a lot of people that aren't forced to learn a classical style. And because when you go to art school, you're forced up that tree to the classical side. You don't get to start where you want when you go to art school. And the problem is people resent that. And they're like, oh, I just want to draw hot anime girls all day, man. Don't make me draw like fucking fruit still lives and shit like that. I don't want to draw representationally. This is dumb. But what it forces you to do is it forces you how to learn, go up the track to representational or classical art, so that when you try and derive like eyes or whatever it is you're trying to learn, you know how to sort of like do it properly. And because nobody is forcing you to do it as a self-taught artist, it seems to be a pain point or a sticking point that a lot of people that have never been to formal education find themselves in. Now, even if you could do formal education, it doesn't like save you. I've had those problems of style and waffling around and not knowing what to do and whining about it and stuff and being far more dramatic than anyone I know. Like people are like, yeah, man, I'm just struggling with style a little bit. Bro, I would whine about it and lament and cry about, I don't know what style to do. I'm so like, dude, I was so obnoxious about it. Nobody has been more whiny or obnoxious about trying to figure out style than me. It's a miracle that I managed to get it, because like to figure out something that I actually liked. And that's how I found it, was to focus on the fundamentals as opposed to the style. The style seemed to like evolve naturally out of what I was doing, but that also could be a unique experience for me. Maybe I had that one specifically that other better artists would be able to handle faster. I don't know. Ever thought of that way as sound device? Maybe. I hope so. I don't know. Oh man. What do I think of the new campaign so far? I'm enjoying it, Minako. Yeah. I'm really enjoying it. I'm having fun. I'm I'm enjoying it more than I enjoyed the last campaign, and I'm enjoying seeing Fuck's his name? Brennan Mulligan. DM Mulligan as the new DM. I've never watched anything of his before, and I had high expectations and high hopes, and he seems to be delivering. So I'm not like I think I'm really looking forward to them getting into the actual like plot meat of the story, where they kind of like separate out and like have a smaller group. So I'm guessing that's what's going to happen, is they sort of plan for like, hey, you 5, can you be here to film for the next 6 weeks, and then you'll have 10 weeks between whatever, and then you'll be back for this and that. I imagine that's what they're doing. So I'm excited for the first like kind of small party to like go do their thing, you know what I mean? That's what I'm excited for, is see them get into the actual like adventure part of it. Because right now the whole like separating and we're gonna do the here and here and bring these people in, whatever. It's a little disjointed, definitely, and I'm having fun with it. But I can't wait for them to really get into like one group doing one thing for a little while. That'll be really, really fun. So whenever that happens, but I'm enjoying it. I think Brennan Lee Mulligan is a great DM. I'm hope, like, I don't like necessarily when people play unlikable characters, and the whole like arc of like, oh, my character is supposed to become likable at a certain point in time and sympathetic and whatever, and like you'll understand their motivations and blah blah blah. I find that all very interesting, but in D&D it's a little exhaustive sometimes, and so like I'm having a hard time with like Matt's character or Ash's character. Like Ash's characters became a lot more likable in the second episode, and I suspect it's gonna happen with like everybody. They're not, like, no one's gonna play like a sort of antagonist or a villain the whole time or whatever, right? Like that's just not gonna happen for a D&D group. So I'm excited for the characters to also kind of expand out and become a little more chilled out or whatever, and fall into their own groove. But as the campaign start, I'm enjoying it a lot more than I enjoyed the start of campaign 3. I find it very compelling. I'm having a good time, and I'm enjoying my little fucking fan art project here I'm doing that nobody asked for, but but damn it, I'm gonna do it anyway. That's fun and good. Are you enjoying it? Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to you too, Plague. I'm sorry, yet is good. I don't know, but 3 just lost me, maybe because 2 is so good. Yeah, 3 lost me as well. It's fun. You know what? I'd say give it a shot. You'll know whether you like the vibe of it very quickly. I think you only need to watch the first episode, and if you're not feeling it, then I don't think the second episode redeems it or saves it or whatever. I think the second episode is more of the first, maybe. So, keep that in mind. But I think it's fun, and like the start of a campaign is always fun. Just put on episode 1 and go grind infinite power on your Legion Remix character. Hey, gotta get that Tayshalak transmog, all right? Gotta get that. Listen, man, groups are already demanding eye level 600 plus. You gotta keep up. Gotta keep up, or else you're falling behind for the whole, like, phase 2 is only a week and a half away. Nighthold opens in 10 days or 8 days or whatever. 660? How do you... So, okay, so I've been playing pretty casually. Oh, Ilo does not go up between phases. Oh. Huh, okay. Let's listen to feedback. So is item level capped based on activity? So if can you get to 620 plus whatever, because that's like what a lot of groups want, a 620 plus based for with just rate LFR? Okay. So the intent is that at a certain point in time you have to like Mythic Raid, Mythic Plus. There's no weekly chest, is there? No, I can't imagine it. I'm guessing then just like higher rewards will earn you, or harder activities will earn you more. Okay. Interesting. The only reason then, so the only reason to do Mythic, like, do you get more rewards out of Mythic than you do for LFR or whatever? Or is it just, okay, so it's faster. Oh, okay. All right. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, cool. So, like, the only reason, air quote, to do Mythic is for, like, the achievements and transmog and stuff that you get for it or whatever. But if you, like, don't want to do and you just want to grind fucking herbs and LFR every day, you could. But if you want, like, that Trial of Valor appearance or whatever, I see. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Look, I'm enjoying Remix, actually. I've played it a lot more than I thought I would. As I said, I'm not going insanely hard. And I also switched. I was playing Demon Hunter and I decided to play Druid because, I don't know, I just wanted to play Druid for something at some point in time for some reason. And I figured Remix is a good opportunity because I don't have, like, the time that I like my sacrifice for World of Warcraft time is in alts. I don't maintain more than one character anymore. That's, like, the biggest, hardest sacrifice I have to make with time with World of Warcraft. So it's like, I know I'm not going to play a Druid next expansion. I'm only going to play my Warrior, probably. Like I always fucking do. So I wanted to play Druid at some point in time. I was like, yeah, you know, Remix is probably the time to do it. So I switched and had to re-level that. So I'm kind of, like, restarted my progress a little bit. I'm not that far along, but I'm having fun, man. There's more fragment mementos, memento bronze items, and motes of broken time, and more infinite power, of course. Right. Okay. You know, I never actually checked. Like, I never noticed the difference between a normal dungeon versus heroic dungeon for infinite power. I never actually, like, looked at that. So that makes complete sense. Okay. I'm very impressed with it. I think they did a really good job with Legion Remix. I don't know how the community feels about it or whatever, how people individually feel about it, but I'm happy. I'm impressed. I think it's fun. You know? I think they did a good job with it. I find it enjoyable. We're gonna kill the chain for a second here. I'm just gonna try to finish some of this detailing. I do find it a little obnoxious that there are achievements to do every quest in every zone. Like, I don't really have the desire to do. I know they're not mandatory. It's not like there's any, like, rewards you get just from those. I don't think anyway. The only reward I really want is I want the light. The light version of the cape and the transmog, and I think that's from something from Antorus or whatever. I don't remember. Those broken time will always give you an upgrade, or sometimes same amount of level. Oh, okay. Right. But it's like a piece of gear of a current. Yeah. Pretty fast once you get strong. Yeah. I think my cloak upgrade, like, I've only hit the first. I'm working on the second upgrade to the infinite power, like second 50k whatever spend thing. So you see, as a unique reward, also you get infinite knowledge, which buffs your infinite power gain. Wait, they have unique rewards for zones? Oh shit, I didn't see that. I thought it was just a infinite power level, and that's it. I didn't realize there was, like, something else in there. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe. Actually sketching, but I put what I have for 10 minutes sketching in Discord. I'll pray I'll get more than just that done today. Okay. We'll go check it on the break. Fuck yeah, dude. Good job. Listen, sometimes a little bit of sketching is hard to you know, start. The grind, the wheel takes longer to start turning, or whatever the term is. I don't know. So that's awesome. Well, I just started getting after it. That's not gonna work. Might have to do that manually. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Team Capybara comes to the high mountain. I think unique rewards zone main quest or something. Oh, it's just okay. Yeah, it's just the main quest. Because I know there's a reward like an infinite power level you get from like completing every side storyline in a quest, not just the main campaign. So yeah, I think it's like what 100 days or whatever from the start. That's not bad. Player housing on the 2nd. There was gonna be a PTR today, but it's been delayed. Oh man, I wasn't sure. I gotta shout out Dashto real quick because I was not sure if I was gonna get early access to housing because like the epic fuck you edition of the game is like $120. Dashto comes through, sends Ella and I each a free copy of the epic edition, and each of us a 1-year sub code from his fucking Blizzard bucks. Like, I'm telling you, man, Dashto MVP, like, homeboy. You don't need an expedition to get early access, by the way. I thought that was built in. Wait, am I crazy? I believe you. I'm just curious what I saw. What do you get early access? I know you get you get early access to play the game. I thought you couldn't have access to player housing unless you had the Epic Edition. It says housing early access. Are you? So is this like earlier than everyone else? Like, does everyone else get early access on a certain point or whatever? Like, what is the early access you get from simply the launcher? How much early access do you get? Like when does everyone else get their houses? Because that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited for seeing everyone to get access to their housing to see what kind of ridiculous ass shit they're doing. Oh, it's not showing on the launcher for me because I already have it, I guess. Huh. Check the shop over there for the graph. Oh. So when does everyone get access to it? The same day then? On whatever, like, the pre-patches or something like that? Because, dude, I don't know if I want to... Okay, I'm too dumb. I can't find it right now. December 2nd. That's 11/27. That's not pre-patch. It's just the... Fuck, man. That's so generous. So, Dashto has worked at Blizzard for, like, almost a decade now. And I have not paid a World of Warcraft sub since he started working at Blizzard. Dashto is extremely generous. Like, for those of you who don't know who Dashto is the guy that did all the music for Eldara, so the album and whatnot. That's all Dashto. Dashto has he would get employee tickets to BlizzCon that he would give us. So we didn't pay for a BlizzCon ticket, and this was when we were ultra broke in our mid-20s. He made sure we got to BlizzCon every single year to hang out with him and all of our friends without ever having to pay for a ticket. Never had to pay for a sub. He usually gets our expansions for free or whatever, or a heavy discount or whatever. Like, I mean it. Warcraft has been my go-to, like, favorite game for the last, like, whatever. And I wouldn't be able to play as much as I have in the last, like, years without Dashto being as generous and awesome. Like, seriously, I don't articulate my gratitude for that guy enough. I tell him, but he's just like, blows me off. Okay, from more Eldara music from Dashto. So actually, Dashto, if you're curious, if you go to the Eldara music on oops, no, where's streaming? There you go. Oh, I was already there. If you go to the Eldara album and you search here Byron Hens, So he just released a Baroque album, The Ancient Suite. He composed a fucking Baroque album. Listen to that harpsichord fugue. It's so fucking good. So he'll be doing another Eldara album at some point in the future, but he's been focusing on that. That's been a passion project of his for a long time. That's why I didn't release any Eldara music for a while, because he was busy working on his own album. And so, by the way, the coolest thing about the Ancient Suite, his Baroque album, he recorded it with a live orchestra in what city was that? But it's the National Czech Philharmonic Orchestra Symphony. Like I didn't know you could do it. I didn't know you could pay like 10 or 20 grand and just rent a symphony for a couple of hours. But apparently you can. And so like on his YouTube, this is the coolest fucking thing ever. I just misspelled YouTube like 8 letters wrong, and Google still knew what I was getting for. It's still new. Dude. Oh, Bratislava. That's the city. Okay. Okay. Check this shit out. Like, he composes music, and then goes there and gets a full orchestra to play it. How unbelievably cool is that? I don't know if he's in this or not at all. I don't think so. Yeah, go listen to it. Here. Go listen to it. It's amazing. It's dope. He's the coolest person I know. And I know me. So the bar's on the ground. But in spite of that, it's fucking rad, dude. Let's December 2nd come out. The vendors for the Legion Remix housing stuff will also be out. Oh, I gotta save bronze for that then. That's a good point. I was trying to calculate how much bronze I'd need for everything like I did for MOP. That's a good point. I need to think this through. We don't know what the misspelled word is, but if you tried the video platform, yeah, maybe that's all it was. They know all of my tricks. Fucking Google, man. Like this right here, this piece was composed by Dashdo. This is the foundation of Stonemark. This is the theme for fucking Stonemark, dog. All right. It's unbelievably cool that Dashdo made an album for Eldara, and I want in a future Kickstarter to be able to hire him, because by the way, he made that album for me because he's a cool friend. I want to actually like be able to like I need Dasher to be my John Williams. So I need to build something like a Star Wars worthy of having him be my John Williams. I need to be able to rescue him from his job. Force him to being my my composer. And just pay him to live in his little European condo, whatever he wants to go get. And just make music for Eldara. So I don't know how well the Kickstarter needs to do that, but it needs to be substantial, I think. Oh god. The pressure. What was that link for, Fel? I have unfortunately links are blocked automatically on the Twitch side, so I don't even see what that is. Was that something about the housing, or? Yeah, man, I gotta hire Dashto full time, bro. I gotta like bring him on board. Good track online for Legion Remix completionism. Oh, actually here. Oh, wait, hold on. I think... Try it again, actually, if you don't mind. I think VIP and mod let you post links, I'm pretty sure. If you don't mind. Oh, perfect. Fuck yeah. Okay, cool. Oh my god, how much bronze is there? Wait, realm... more... Character... Let's see. Huh. Interesting. Horn's the first satyr I'm guessing you get from Mythic. From Xavius or whatever. There's Valshara. 9 days in, 96 days left. I'm not even close to my bronze that I need. Shit. Damn it. Rewards housing decor. That's my focus. Oh. What do you get from the, like, obscenely high Mythic Plus one? Is it like a plus 35 or whatever? Is that... achievement section? Is that in here? Plus 30 gives the purple side. That should be easy in a couple of weeks, right? Oh, fuck, dude. I didn't realize this site existed. I used Simple Armory for the longest time, back when I was like... They're doing 40, so no problem now. Oh, okay, yeah. That's easy. Fuck, dude, this is so cool. Action... Huh. Schedule... Phases, guides. Dude, this is so cool. Focus... Oh, cool! Bro, is it weird that I'm actually excited for Return to Karazhan? Keystone Adept. Hell of Hour. Defeat world bosses. Interesting. So does Ultimate Power 12 give you a reward? Or is it just power? I'm guessing it's just power. Interesting. If you collect the actual bronze currency, it'll pop out? Oh no. Oh no. Look at all this shit I have to buy. I had a decent amount of Legion stuff, apparently. I haven't spent bronze on like anything except for the spears and a couple of other little things here and there. What's the only pet I didn't have? The Gazer. Oh yeah, I bought two little, what were they called? Morsel and Tidbit or whatever, or something like that. Yeah, Tidbit and Morsel. Where the fuck is the Gazer from? Costs 1,000 I from the Torn Wastes? Oh, I remember. Oh, God. Dude. Oh, I just had flashbacks to farming that. I just ruined my day. Interesting. Fuck, I gotta get going, man. I gotta move motor. I gotta get shit done now. Here, oh boy. I gotta get on my farming here. Probably easy late phase, 100% already. Good God, really? Okay. Well. Purple set's good. I really want the light bound golden one, whatever. Those amounts you might be able to get them from drop while farming. We'll probably save some bronze. Oh, that's right, because the drops still, like, you can still get drops during remix, right? Like normal drops. Right. Okay. August champion. Oh, shit, it's 2:30. Dude, I was yapping, man. I was yapping too long today, bro. Bro, I was like LARPing as Miwa Bell's alt Twitter account. Imagine. Got 2 toys drops already. That's pretty good, actually. All right, I gotta bounce. I gotta go. I gotta do a thing. Shit. I was gonna get off at 2. Well, sorry for that. Okay, I am back. I am returned. I don't know, man. I don't know. I was gone for 3 weeks. I'm sorry about that shit. I'll be gone on Thursday. Is an important thing I have to do. So Thursday there'll be a day of Evan missing, but I have full intentions to be back. Just straight up back. So unless something else fucking happens, man. But and this time with more beard than before. So maybe I'll actually grow a beard this time. We'll see. If it's bad in a month, then get rid of it again this year. Cool. You guys are awesome. Thanks for chilling with me today. I appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. hopefully. I've got a physio appointment in the morning, so I shouldn't be late. But if I am late tomorrow, don't worry, I'll be on it, even if I'm like 20 minutes late. That's not like, oh shit, we lost Evan for another. I don't know. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Have a phenomenal rest of your day. And until next time, my friends. Until next time. Farewell.